Dreamscape presents Runes of Truth by G. Bailey. Narrated by Kasha Kensington, Iggy Toma, Laszlo Hart, and Charles Anthony. Prologue. I am so sorry for this, I mumble, kissing my niece's forehead and wishing I didn't have to leave her here. If there was any other way... No, I can't even think like that. I look up at the flashing lights of the hospital, my heart breaking with every little step towards the entrance. It shouldn't be like this. Nothing about this feels right. Protectors do not leave their own on the streets, and she will be all alone. We will never forget who you are, Evelina. My sister's life will not have been forfeited tonight for nothing, because you will survive, I whisper to her. I place the basket on the steps and make sure Evelina is covered up in her blanket, with only her arms out. I glance at her beautiful face, her now dark blue hair and her rune marks on her little arms. Only 2 weeks old and her life is changed forever, with only her hair as proof anything happened at all. The door to the hospital opens and I turn, walking away. I know the humans will keep her safe. They cannot see her runes. They will just think she is one of them until she is older and her powers emerge. I hear Evelina start to cry, and then the soothing voice of a human comforting her. I pause and call one of my runes, opening a portal to my home. I know when I leave here I cannot come back. Not ever.
Where is she?
The keeper demands as soon as my portal opens into the hall. They all are standing there waiting for me. Not that I expected anything less. I had just hoped I could escape the same death sentence as my sister. Gone, I respond.
Tell us or we will force you. The child needs to be destroyed. She is a monster,
the keeper growls. I slide my sword out of my sheath and look up at the glass ceiling to stare at the stars for a second, wanting to keep the image in my mind. The beauty of the night is a wonder. For Evelina! I shout, and thrust the sword straight through my heart. Chapter 1. Evie. Are you sure you want to do this? I ask, trying not to yawn from boredom as I hold my sword at my side, resting on it while I stare at the protector. He isn't the typical type that comes after me, that's for sure. Usually, protectors are all posh assholes in shiny suits, but this guy looks like a fake leather store threw up on him.
You must die, and I will be the one that finally...
His boring, predictable speech is interrupted when my phone starts ringing. I sigh in relief, not wanting to hear that same old speech again. I pull out my phone and see Haley's name flashing. I answer and place it on loudspeaker, resting it on the dumpster near me. Yeah, I answer, looking back at the protector as he runs towards me, his sword raised. Evie, when are you coming home? I'm starving and you promised me Chinese tonight. The good stuff from Tsinghua, not from the crappy one you like, she says, as I hit my sword against the protector's and swipe my leg under his, knocking him over. I kick his sword away from him, wondering why they even bothered sending this man after me. He is a worthless fighter. Yep, I won't be long, and I'll get that damn Chinese for you. Anything else? I ask, as the protector grabs my leg and calls on his fire rune trying to burn me. I laugh, lean down, and remove his hand from my leg. I jump on him and place my sword under his neck. Evie, what are you doing right now? Haley asks, suspiciously. Nothing, I reply, kneeing the protector between his legs when he tries to knock me off him. He whines before coughing out in pain. I don't believe that, but I want my Chinese, so I'm going to stay quiet. Later. Haley laughs, and then the sound of beeping lets me know she put the phone down. Good. No 15-year-old should have to hear this. I might let you go, but only if you tell me who sent you. I say, already knowing his answer before he opens his mouth. They always say the same thing.
Never. I would never betray my people. Protectors never betray their blood, and we always protect,
he spits out. I'm your people, you idiot. I try to reason with him, giving him one more chance.
You are not,
he arrogantly declares, his voice rife with condescension. I'm a protector. I really don't want to do this, but you won't give up, will you? I sigh deeply and then lift my sword, shoving it through his heart before he can reply. His mouth widens in shock as I pull my sword out and stand up.
Death will find you. We will never stop hunting you,
he breathes out, just before his soul light leaves his body, floating up into the sky. I remember the first time I had to kill a protector and I saw the light of his soul leave his body. It scared me, but then I saw it for what it truly is. Beautiful. Beautiful that even an evil protector has light in his soul. That no matter how many of my own people I am forced to kill to survive, there might be a little bit of light remaining in my own soul. At least I can hope there is. If only things could be different, I say, disappointed in yet another one of my kind. Pulling the pen and little notebook from my pocket that I carry everywhere with me now, I flip it open and rip out a page. I quickly jot down the same thing I do every time I am forced to kill those that come after me. My rune name. It is the very reason I am hunted. The thing that many people now fear. And yet, I have no idea what it actually says. I leave the note on his stomach and pick my phone up before walking out of the alleyway down the empty street. Crappy Chinese, here I come, I mutter, wishing Haley didn't love that place. They don't do the bacon fried rice that I love, or anything with bacon in it. The place sucks. I keep my eyes down as I walk down the empty streets of the small Scottish town where I live. The people here don't come out after dark, too scared of the possibility that demons are around. Little do they know that demons wouldn't be interested in a small town like this. It's why I chose to live here. The flashing lights of the Chinese place come into view, and I walk across the road, pulling the door open and hearing the ringing of the little bell. The middle-aged Chinese woman looks up, rolls her eyes at me, and looks back down. Hello to you, too, I mutter, but the woman doesn't reply to me. I grab a Chinese menu off the side, flipping through it before looking back at the woman. I'm ready to order, I say, trying to get her attention. Your child called and placed your order already, Avi. She isn't my child, more like a pain in my ass. I'll just wait then, I grumble, putting the menu back in its place. A young girl like you shouldn't be out on the streets at night, the woman says, stopping me from walking away. Thank you for your concern, but I'm not afraid of demons. No, your kind is never afraid of what they hunt. She chuckles as the bell rings behind her. She walks over to get my bag of food before I can reply to her. Not many beings can sense what I am, and I'm quite surprised a human has the ability. She hands the bag over the counter to me. How did you know? I ask. My family has always been able to sense things. You should be careful at night, Miss Evie. Demons are not what you should fear. With those cryptic words, she walks away, leaving me standing in the shop alone and wondering if she is mad, or possibly telling me the truth. Chapter 2. Evie. Awesome, you're finally back, Haley says, coming out of the kitchen and running over to me. She doesn't look at me with any kind of care or worry. Nope, her eyes are just on the Chinese. A girl after my own heart right there. I have to feed the teenager I look after, don't I? I say, and she smiles, taking the bag off me. I glance over at Haley, wondering when she started to look so much older. She doesn't look like a child anymore, which to be honest freaks me out a little. She turned 15 yesterday, but I still think of her as the 8-year-old she was when she started living with me after her mother died. Haley is beautiful, with deep brown skin matching her black, long African hair which she braids. She has stunning pale gray eyes like all witches have, and nearly all lights reflect off them. I turn around, pulling my coat off and hanging it on the hook by the front door. I put my sword underneath it, using my coat to hide the blood so Haley won't see. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror behind the door, almost cringing at how much of a mess I am. My dark blue, waist-length hair is messy today, and my blue eyes look tired. I don't look like my 25-year-old age. No, I look about 50 from all the stress. I swear if I find a gray hair, I'm going to lose it. "Did you finally kill the protector following you?" Haley asks, shocking me as she sits on the sofa and pulls Chinese boxes out of the bag, like she didn't just ask something important. "How did you even know we had one following?" I ask, curious. She never has noticed before, and she is basically a human until she turns 18, so it couldn't be magic she used to find out. "You look tired, exhausted really, and it's because you don't sleep when one follows us. Plus, you have blood on your boots," she says, and I look down, seeing that she is right. Damn, I hope that comes off. These are new boots. I reach over, picking up a box and grabbing a plastic fork out of the bag. "Good work, detective," I say, making her laugh. But it dies off quickly as her pale, serious eyes meet mine. "Do you think they will ever stop coming after you? What did you do anyway?" she asks. And I go to change the subject because she is too young to deal with the truth. When she interrupts me, "Don't lie to me. I'm not a kid anymore. And don't you think I have a right to know?" she asks, locking her eyes with mine so I can't really look away. I know she isn't a child, sort of, but I still want to protect her. She is like a little sister to me, and the only person in the world I'm close with. I don't want her to understand the evil in this world until she really has to. This world is full of demons, protectors, witches, angels, and even the occasional reaper. It was apparently better 100 years ago when all soups used to hide from humans. Now everyone knows about soups, and soups rule the very world humans pretend they still have control over. "They don't come for you, so no, not really," I say, shoving food into my mouth, hoping she will just drop this. I almost gag on the taste of the sweet and sour chicken. It's crap. I miss bacon already. "Evie, protectors don't come after me now, but you know I will be hunted when I'm older. It's why you teach me how to fight, and it's why we live in the middle of Scotland. I want to know why they come after you, as you already know why they will surely come after me," she says, seeming much older than she should. I've always known why they will come after Haley one day, but I won't let anyone touch her. I don't know why they come after me, Haley, but I know they can find me because of my rune name. Protectors can always find one another if they know their rune name. I explained to her the little I actually do know. I don't even want to think about my asshole ex, who is the only reason I know this much about my own kind. "Like a tracker?" she asks, thinking about it. "Why don't you just remove the rune name off your skin? It doesn't give you powers like your others." The problem is, I don't even know what my rune name says, and I have no clue how anyone else could know it. I won't remove it, not until I know. I was born with it, and whether it's a curse or not, it's mine. It's the only potential answer I have to my past, and one day I will find out what it says, I explained to her, and her eyes cloud over in sadness. I often forget what she was born with herself, and how she lost everything because of it. "Could it be your family that knows? That send their people to kill you?" she asks. "I don't have any family, not other than you," I reply quickly. "I mean blood family. You had to have had a mother and father, and it would make sense they would know your rune name," she says. I don't get why the person hunting me doesn't just come after me themselves. But that's not your problem, I say. Now let's change the subject to something less depressing. Like watching the new Catfish episodes? She says, thankfully agreeing to the subject change despite the sadness I still see in her eyes. I smile at the big, fake grin on her face. She is hooked on these shows, and I can't say I don't find them funny and addictive as well. Go on then, I say, smiling at her overly excited face as she grabs the remote. Chapter 3. Evie. Faster. You need to hit that quicker and jump a tad higher next time, I warn Haley, and she nods, listening to me for once. That's a surprise. Since she became a teenager, she's stopped listening like her ears fell off or something. I watch as she steps back, runs, and jumps in the air while throwing her dagger at the same time at the moving targets. She hits one dead in the center. That's my girl. I hold my hand up, high-fiving her before picking my own daggers up. Perfect. It only took 5 tries, she says proudly, and I pat her shoulder. It would have been 2 attempts if she'd listened to me the first time I offered her advice. How's school? I ask her as she sits down on the bench. I glance at the other 5 demons in the training room at a local private gym, each training their demon children. It's the only safe place to train around here, even if the demons act scared of us. Well, more like scared of Haley. They know what she is, and that she shouldn't be training with demons or me. Crap, as usual, she claims and rolls her eyes at me. I step onto the marked X and hold my dagger up. Keeping my eyes on the moving targets, I throw one and hit the head of the target perfectly. Come on, there must be more. I push her for more of an answer and she sighs. Fine. The human kids are crap to me because they know I'm not one of them, and all of the soups just ignore me. I basically go to class, eat lunch alone, and then come back home, she says. I pause at her lost, lonely tone, putting the daggers down and going to sit next to her. I bump her shoulder, making her look at me like I'm mad. You don't need friends. You have me, I respond, with the only thing I can think of. I didn't go to school, so I don't have a clue what she is going through. I do know she can't leave that school. It's the only place there are no witches, and no one to notice her. It's safe there for her, and I won't be able to find another school like it. It's why we live in a sleepy Scotland town just outside of Inverness. Inverness is busy enough that no one really notices Haley and me when we come here to train and buy stuff. But you're too old to be my friend, the cheeky little shit replies. I ruffle her hair, making her laugh. I allow her to push me away before putting my arm around her shoulder and pulling her to me for a hug. I'm not old, so don't try that with me. I know school's shit, but people are like that. It's best you learn it now and not later, I say, and she sighs, hugging me tightly for a second before standing up. I know that, but it still doesn't change that I get lonely sometimes. I don't really have a future to look forward to, she says, turning around and walking away quickly. I want to tell her she does, but lying to her never feels right. She is growing up, and it's hard to accept. I pick up 2 of the daggers when I hear a shout, and then a loud gunshot followed by a scream. Just as another scream fills the training room, I turn around and see an alleyway door open. The noise seems to be coming from there, that direction. The demons all run away as I run straight towards the door. Slipping outside, I find a dead male demon on the ground with a gunshot hole where his heart should be. Then I see the 2 men holding a struggling young demon woman between them. They are pushing her into the wall and ripping her clothes as she screams. Blood pours down from a cut on her forehead, and her petrified eyes meet mine before she mouths, "Help." "Oi! Assholes!" I shout, making the men turn towards me. "You want to join in, Damon bitch?" the man on the right says in a thick Scottish accent. Honestly, I can barely understand the idiot. Their gun is on the floor next to the dead demon. They must have dropped it. Seriously bad move. I purposefully step on it as I move forward, making it clear that it's now mine. I look at both of them slowly, realizing they are just humans. Ugly and clearly stupid ones at that. I glance back at the demon taking in her pink skin and red hair. I would guess she is a succubus demon. Human men can't resist them and will lose their minds over one if they get too close. She shouldn't be out on the streets. So why is she? I will count to 10. When I get to 5, if you're still there, I will stab you. If you still haven't run away by the time I get to 10, well, I'll be chopping other parts off. I purposely look at where I'm thinking of chopping as I spin the daggers in my hands. 1 is all I need to say before they turn and run away. Cowards. The demon woman crawls across the floor, picking up the man's head and placing it in her lap. Don't die. Please. I need you, she pleads as she starts to sob, resting her forehead against his. I don't want to interrupt, so I pick the gun up and empty the chamber of the bullets inside before snapping the gun in two and throwing the pieces away. You should leave. The humans could come back any moment, I eventually say to the succubus demon. I don't have anywhere to go. I lived in a demon compound in Spain, but it was raided and destroyed. We came here because we heard there might be somewhere safe, but it's even worse. I can't live around humans, so what am I supposed to do? I might as well just die with him rather than go back to hell, she says, breaking into sobs once again. I can take you somewhere safe, with other demons. And the humans there are in relationships with demons, so they won't hurt you. We have to leave now. The human police will come soon, and we don't want to be here for that, I tell her. They will kill her and me for disturbing the peace. She nods, shakily standing up and walking over to me. She follows me into the training room, and I close the doors behind us. Evie? Haley's quiet voice comes from behind me. I turn to see her looking at the succubus demon and then back to me. She needs to go to you-know-where. Get the car started, Haley. I chuck her the keys from my back pocket and she nods, running to the entrance and out the doors. Can I trust you? Are you a demon? She asks, clearly guessing demon because of my blue hair. My blue hair let me fit in with them when I was younger and helped hide me. You can trust me, but I'm no demon. I'm not going to lie to you, I say, and she pauses, giving me an anxious look. I walk to the entrance, seeing the other demons near the door shooting me nervous looks. She is the assassin. The one we all hear whispers about, one of the other demons says, fear creeping into his voice. Then you will know to stay silent about her mate and what happened. You never saw us, I tell them all, and they all look away, tense and uneasy. I know they won't speak, but we can't come back to train here anymore. I look back at the succubus demon still standing behind me. Are you coming or not? I ask, knowing I don't have a lot of time before the police arrive. Or worse, protectors. Yes. I've heard of you, and you protect demons. At least that's what they say, she says quietly, walking out the door with me. I protect people like you that had no choice. Nothing more, I tell her firmly. But to us, it is something that no one else freely gives, and demons never forget, she says. I immediately spot Haley and my car right out in front of the car park. My old Rover is hard to miss with its dirt-covered hood and the awful noise it makes. I'm surprised it still works, considering I can't remember the last time I took it to a garage. The succubus demon climbs in the back as Haley slides over to the passenger seat and I get in the driver's. I frown when Haley hands me a red rose with a small white note attached to it. Where did you find this? I demand. On the wheel, she replies, and I grit my teeth as I open the note. It doesn't say anything. There's just an A written on it. I open my window, chucking it out before winding my window back up. "Why do you throw such a lovely gift away?" the succubus demon asks. "When the sender is your ex and he is pure evil. Literally," I say, and her eyes widen as she sits back in her seat, as I watch her in the rearview mirror. Haley whacks my arm, huffing. "Ozzy isn't evil," she exclaims. "Don't," I warn her, and she sits back with a scowl on her face as I start the car and drive off. Chapter 4. Evie. "I'm going to be back late tonight. You will need to get your own dinner," I tell Haley, who nods as she picks up her bag. I look out the window at the foggy morning, not even able to see the end of the street as the fog is so bad. I finish the last of my bacon sandwich before putting the empty plate in the sink. "Work?" she asks, as she grabs a drink and some fruit off the side. When she finally looks at me, the disappointment I heard in her voice is reflected in her eyes as well. "We have to survive somehow, so don't look at me like that." I roll my eyes at her. "But killing demons for money? How is that right?" she asks me. "I don't kill good demons, if there even is such a thing. I've explained all this to you a dozen times, Haley," I tell her. "Yes, I know you have. Demons come to Earth all the time. Protectors send any back to hell that break the laws. The ones allowed to live still do bad things in secret, and you have to stop them, blah, blah, blah." She leans against the door. "But you aren't a protector. And I'm scared one of those demons you go after is going to kill you before you can kill them. You go after the evil ones and they do, well, evil things." "Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing," I say, ignoring the annoyed stare she gives me. "I know you're fast and you're powerful, but you don't have anyone to save you when things get rough. You need that. Or you need to stop going after demons for money." She gives me a slightly sad smile before opening the front door, though I don't have a reply for her. Killing demons is all I know, all I've ever known. I was trained to do that, and it's a damn sight better than being a thief like I used to be when I was a kid. I can't tell Haley any of that. I can't even explain what the demon has done or why I'm going to kill him tonight. Let's just say he deserves to go back to hell. "Contacts! You forgot to put your contacts in," I shout, just before she can shut the door, and she pushes it open again. "Crap," she mutters, running to her room. I grab my coat, clipping my daggers into place underneath it and sliding my other daggers into my knee-high boots. After pulling my hair up into a high ponytail, I hear Haley shutting the door as she leaves without saying goodbye. I pull my phone out, checking the address of the club the demon will be at just as I hear a slight clicking noise. I lift my head, searching for the unfamiliar noise, but not hearing anything else as I slide my phone back into my pocket. Only seconds later, I hear a loud scream. A scream I recognize. I run out the door, jumping down the stairs. "Evie!" Haley cries out as I stop just outside the door in slight shock. I keep my face calm when I see 5 protectors in hoods, one of them holding Haley with a dagger pressed against her throat. I can't see the faces of any of the protectors, only the black hoods covering them, and the protector symbol on their hood to mark who they are. Their cloaks sway in the breeze, in the silence of the empty street. "You will come with us," the protector on the far right says in a deep voice. I chuckle, reaching into my cloak and sliding out a dagger as I weigh up my options. 5 against 1. Not fair, but not impossible. "I really don't think so," I reply simply. Haley cries as the protector holding her bends her head forward, pulling her hair up and showing me the witch mark on the back of her head. "A witch mark. A mark that indicates she will kill a royal witch. She is a monster, and yet you still protect her," the protector holding her says, lifting his head, but I cannot see his face under the large hood. "A mark doesn't make her a monster." Now let her go, or I will show you what a monster really is, I say, twirling my dagger in my hand.
This mark means she must be killed, and no law would stop us. You will come with us, with no fight, or we kill the witch,
the man holding her says, and his cloak hood falls down. His white eyes meet mine, matching his white hair. He is much older than I thought he would be, with a wrinkled face and old eyes. Protectors don't age like humans, or even like witches. We live for thousands of years. I've heard it takes 2,000 years before your hair and eyes lose all color. It's a sign you are near your end. Or I could just kill you all, I ask with a large smile.
You won't be able to get to her before I slit her throat. I have killed thousands of witches, demons, and even an angel once. Do not test me, child,
he says, and I believe every word in his cold stare. I lock my eyes with his as he pulls Haley's head back up, still holding the dagger in his other hand. I've seen the faces of killers, ones who will never stop until they get what they want, ones who have killed so many that death means nothing to them anymore, and his is one of them. I will have to come up with another plan, but for now, it seems going with them is the only option. They clearly want something from me. I carefully roll my eyes over the 4 other protectors here, seeing their big builds, the shine of their swords under their cloaks. I will need to take them out slowly, one by one, not all at once. And then I could portal Haley and me out of here. Fine, but you let her go now, I demand, dropping my dagger on the floor. I can't fight my way out of this. Not without Haley getting hurt. I won't let them do that. She is all I have.
The girl comes with us,
the protector says, moving the dagger away from Haley and nodding his head at the protector on his left. The protector walks up to me, pulling out 2 small silver wristbands.
Wear them now. We know you can portal like us,
the protector says, and I look over at Haley, who shakes her head forcefully. Don't, Evie! Run! She pleads with me. But one look at the protector holding her, and I know me running would cost Haley her life. A life she hasn't even gotten to live. I'm 25. I've had more years than she has, and this is my past catching up to me. I hold my hands out, and the protector snaps the silver bands on both my wrists. They burn instead of feeling cold like I thought they would, sending a fire-like feeling straight up my arms, and my 4 runes burn like crazy. Fucking hell, this is why I'm not into bondage, I grit out, making the protector who cuffed me laugh a little.
Connor, take her to the car,
the protector holding Haley says. Connor goes to grab my arm and I step back. I can walk to the car. You don't need to pull me like some caveman, I say, walking forward, with Connor following me, still lightly chuckling. Damn, he has a sexy chuckle, and that's not what I need to be thinking about. I keep my eyes on the protectors as they drag Haley into a different car, shutting the door behind them, and the car takes off silently. 3 protectors stay near me, one opening the door to a sleek, black Mercedes. I slide in, watching the door shut behind me, and 2 of the protectors get into the front seats as the last protector opens a portal. No doubt he is going ahead to tell them I am on my way. If they hurt Haley, if any of you do, I'm going to murder you all, one by one. And that's a damn promise, I tell them. I try to keep my voice calm, unlike my emotions, as I recline back in the seat.
I don't doubt it. We all know who you are,
the man driving the car says, his purple eyes catching mine in the mirror. His cloak hood falls down, showing off his rugged, strong-looking face, a 5 o'clock shadow, and a seriousness to his tight-lipped expression. The grumpy protector looks like he has a stick up his ass, What are you waiting for? Drive, Grumpy. I smirk, keeping my emotions hidden because I have no idea where they are taking me or what they want. Whatever it is, I'm never helping them. I'd rather kill them first. Chapter 5. Evie.
Welcome to the island of the Protectors and the Royal Court,
Grumpy says in the most unwelcoming tone ever as we drive straight towards an empty-looking cliff. Finally, one of them talks to me. I know the protector in the passenger seat is Connor, only because he spoke to Grumpy once. It's been a dead quiet 3-hour drive and I'm starving. I also have no plans for escaping and no idea where we even are. I look over at Grumpy and then at the speed he is driving as I think about what he just said. I look behind us at the car following us, the one I know Haley is in, and then back to the cliff. Is he really going to drive us off a cliff? Are you fucking crazy? Don't drive off a cliff! I stop shouting when the car goes off the cliff. But it's not a cliff at all. It's a long road that just appears out of nowhere. A gold freaking road. I lean forward, looking at the 5 gold towers in the distance and the many gold roads that stretched across the sea leading up to the little city. It's a hidden city, one I've heard of, but from no one that actually had any proof of its existence. Just rumors on the streets. Rumors from demons that say they have been there, but you can never trust a word from a demon. If anyone knows that, it's me. So, I take it you guys like gold then? I ask sarcastically. There is a crap ton of gold stuff. Any thief would have a field day here.
Do you like blue?
Connor asks pointedly, smirking as he puts his hood down, and I finally can see some of his handsome features. He has golden hair, wavy and messy, but out of the way of his gold eyes. He reminds me of a lion in an attractive way. I don't answer him, knowing he is just taking the piss out of my blue hair.
Blue, are you not going to reply?
Connor asks me, and the other protector whacks him on the arm before returning his hand to the wheel.
Don't flirt with her, idiot. She is a fucking assassin.
He snaps at Connor.
Trex, don't be so stuck up. They're going to kill her anyway if she doesn't help us. Why not be nice?
Connor says, his voice downright seductive. He reminds me of succubus demons. They have sexy voices that can make you do anything they ask.
You mean why not try to fuck her before they kill her?
Trex replies. I'm right here, I interrupt, and then slowly drift my eyes up and down Connor's muscular form. Although I don't mind the fucking idea, but that might have to wait. Connor smirks, opening his pretty mouth to say something, but Trex interrupts.
Both of you shut it. Connor, do remember you have a job to do and you can't afford to fuck this one up. None of us can.
Trex's harsh words do something to Connor as he sits back and does just as he is told. I don't bother speaking to either of them anymore, looking around at the secret damn city as we drive up to the towers. When we get closer, I notice they are less like towers and more like city high-rises. All glass windows on one side and gold walls on the others. The protectors drive us straight towards the biggest tower in the middle, and I focus on the outside. There are no protectors to be seen anywhere. It's like a ghost town in here. Holy shit, the sidewalk is even gold. Where the hell did they get the money for a place like this? I glance up at the 2 angel statues outside the building, one on each side. Humans say protectors have a tiny amount of both angel and demon blood, making them perfect to protect them from both. Where are all your people? Children, I ask, distracting myself from my thoughts. This is a place I never thought I'd ever be.
They know you are coming here, so they have all hidden.
Trex answers me. That's a little bit of an overreaction, don't you think? I ask, trying not to laugh at the serious look he gives me through the mirror.
No, it's not an overreaction at all. Now shut up,
he snaps, and this time I do laugh as I sit back. After about 10 minutes of driving through the town, we pull up to the largest building. I look behind us, not seeing the car Haley was in. I can't believe I let myself get so distracted. "Where is Haley?" I demand.
She will be taken to a private room and kept safe. Only those with protector's blood can enter most of the buildings here. They have wards.
Connor warns me, and I have to bite my lip to stop myself from saying anything stupid. Connor locks eyes with me, only for a second.
She won't be harmed. We are not the monsters here,
he promises me, almost sounding honest enough for me to believe him. Almost.
She is a child, and your people just held a dagger to her throat.
I bite out.
You know as well as I what she is, what she will be. She will be a monster, and you won't be able to stop her. A witch's mark is their destiny, and what she will do will get her and everyone near her killed.
Connor retorts.
Haley is no monster, nor will she ever be. You and your stuck-up race judge everyone before even giving them a chance,
I say, giving him a disgusted look.
You say your race like you aren't one of us,
Trex interrupts, and I shake my head, not bothering with the annoying protectors anymore. I try to open my door the moment the car stops, but it's locked and gets me damn annoyed enough to want to break one of the windows.
Child locks,
Connor says, a smirk on his lips, before he gets out of the car at the same time Trex does. I'm forced to wait for Trex and Connor to speak to 3 protectors in hoods outside the car, and not able to hear what they say. I roll my eyes and climb over the middle part of the seat, letting myself out Trex's door. They don't notice me until I slam the door shut and lean against it. They all turn to face me with shocked looks. Did they really think I'd just sit there? The other 3 protectors actually take a step back, their hands going to their swords on their hips beneath their cloaks. Are we going inside or what? I'm getting bored, and I want to know what the fuck you all want with me, I ask, making Connor cough on a laugh and Trex narrow his eyes at me.
Stand down, she won't attack us,
Trex says, and waves his hand at the glass doors of the building.
After you, miss.
My name is Evie, none of that miss crap, I say, pushing myself off the car and walking towards the doors. I pass the 3 protectors, and I can't help myself. Boo, I whisper, and one jumps back, falling onto his butt. I laugh as I walk away and head into the building as the automatic doors open. Chapter 6. Evie. Nice place, all shiny and shit. Not that I expected anything different. I drawl, lifting my head, looking around at the very gold and shiny building. There are 5 elevators in the middle made of glass, and they stretch all the way up to the top of the building. At the top, the ceiling is made of gold, but all the glass in here makes it seem bright. There is no one at the circular counter in the middle of the room, which strikes me as odd. 3 protectors in perfect and expensive-looking suits come out of one of the elevators, and they stop dead in their tracks. They all panic, hurrying back in the elevator, and one keeps pressing the button again and again until the door shuts.
We don't need any of your comments on the decor,
Trex snaps, glaring at the scared protectors in the elevator as it goes up. He walks ahead, and I try not to laugh at his stuck-up attitude. I follow him to the middle elevator, getting in with him and Connor. We are silent as Trex presses the button for the 12th floor. The other protectors wait by the door, their hands on their swords as they watch. Out of interest, why am I here? What could you possibly want from me? I ask them, wondering if I can get them to tell me. I don't like the unknown, and this whole situation is exactly that.
We need your help,
Connor says, and Trex grabs his arm.
Don't say another word,
he growls out, and Connor jerks his arm away, keeping his eyes locked on Trex. Why would they need my help? I rack my brain, trying to think of anything the protectors could want from me, but I don't come up with anything. It doesn't make any sense. I look back at the guys and see them both still glaring at each other as they seem to have a silent conversation. There is a lot of tension here. Is it sexual? I could totally see that happening between the two of you. I ask innocently, and Connor chokes on a laugh as Trex's face goes red.
It's best you shut up now, Blue,
Connor says, still laughing a little bit. We all go silent as the elevator door opens to a long corridor. This corridor is lit with white spotlights on the floor that make a path to massive glass doors at the end. The glass is colored with red swords in a circle and a woman on her knees. The woman has runes down her arms. Each one is the color they light up when you use them. The blue for holy fire, which burns demons, and it looks like a rose. The red rune for portals, which looks like an archway in a circle. The white rune, which is shaped like a sword in a triangle and lets us heal. And finally, the last rune. The black rune shaped like a skull. The black rune is one I've never used before, and I don't have a clue what it does. I have a feeling like I shouldn't use it, and I usually listen to those kinds of feelings. Well, most of the time.
A little advice. Be respectful,
Connor suggests as we get to the doors. Sorry, that's really not a part of my plan. I smile innocently as the doors are opened. Connor and Trex walk slightly in front of me, blocking my view of the room. But they did just what I wanted them to do. I quickly slide my dagger out of the holder on my hip and jump on Connor's back, holding the dagger against his neck. Fuck, Connor mutters, holding his hands in the air. Don't move. You wouldn't want me to slip, I say sweetly next to his ear, holding the dagger close. The room is dead silent as I look around, ignoring Trex as he glares at me. There are 3 thrones in the center of the room, and the floor is made of red glass by the looks of it. I glance around at the 5 gold statues in the room. 4 of them are men, and there is 1 woman. She has long hair and a smile on her face as she reaches up in the air for something, and for some reason she looks familiar to me. She has runes etched on her face, and the crown rune right in the middle of her forehead draws my attention the most. It makes me freeze, but not enough to forget where I am. I pull my eyes away from the statue to the 4 hooded people in the room.
Kill him, if you must,
the man in the middle says, pulling his hood down. The man has dark skin, brown eyes, and his hair is shaved off, so I can see the tattoos on his head. They look like symbols, maybe even runes, but I'm not close enough to see. He has a flame symbol on his forehead, and when the other 3 men lower their hoods, I see they all wear the symbol. It's still clear to me who the leader is, as they let him speak.
Let me go. They won't care if you kill me. You should have held the dagger to Trex's throat if you wanted a useful hostage.
Connor bites out. I look over at Trex, who watches me carefully. I know he is waiting for a chance to attack me. I grin, moving my dagger away as I jump off Connor's back and hold my hands up. They aren't going to attack me. I can see it in the way they stand. Everything points to Connor telling me the truth earlier. They need me for something, and I might as well find out what. Connor steps away from me, rubbing his neck. Okay, I'll play nice. So, what do you want? I turn away from looking at Connor to ask the men who are obviously in charge.
My name is Keeper Kadeen, and quite simply, we need your help,
he tells me with a dead serious expression. Why would I help your kind? You've hardly welcomed me with open arms, I say with a sarcastic laugh, and he nods in agreement.
We will never welcome you into the Protectors because of our knowledge of who you are. We still must make a deal with you for your help, he states, folding his hands together. And who exactly am I ask, wanting to know what they think. A killer, an assassin, and a thief. You could never be trusted in the Royal Protector's city.
He states simply. Explain what you want. I'm getting bored with all this, I say, waving my hand.
2 nights ago, our 3 princesses were taken. Our princesses were 5 days away from a ceremony that would have made one of them our queen. And we have no other royal heirs.
Kadeen says tightly. Do you think I took them? Are you kidding? I say with wide eyes, trying not to laugh.
No, we do not think you took them. The princesses are the most powerful of our kind. They would not be taken by a simple assassin.
Trex laughs condescendingly, and I narrow my eyes at him. I could have, if I had known they existed, that is. I mutter.
Our royal family is the best-kept secret of the Protectors,
Trex tells me. Then why haven't you gone after them yourselves? You all have runes like me, I say.
On the same night, our runes' powers were stolen. We believe the kidnapper placed demon power into our water supply and food somehow. We won't be able to use our rune powers until it is out of our system, which will be around 2 weeks.
Connor explains to me. Right. So let me get this straight. Your princesses have been taken, you have no powers, and you want me to do what, exactly? I ask.
We have information that suggests the princesses are on the bottom level of hell. We believe a couple of overlord demons took them for their power. We want you to rescue them.
Kadeen says, and all I can do is laugh. They have to be kidding.
I told you she wouldn't help us. She only helps herself.
Trex snaps, giving me a disgusted look, and I have to resist the urge to stick my tongue out at the moody fucker.
We have something Evie wants, and for that, she will help us.
Kadeen states plainly, his voice confident enough to make me pause and look back at him. He stands still, his brown eyes watching me carefully, like he knows I'm close to flipping out and escaping this hellhole of shiny crap. Like what? I ask.
I know why you are hunted, and I know what your rune name is. I can tell you about your past, more about who you are, and I can make sure you are never hunted again. You help us, and you will have all the answers you have been searching for. And you won't have to hide anymore.
He tells me, and I pause for a second, running his bargain over in my mind. I don't know anything about my life, and he could tell me everything. I know my parents had to be protectors. It's the only way I could have my marks. And you will let Haley walk free, pretending you never saw her? I ask, because she has to come with the deal.
We will never speak of the death-marked witch, nor tell her kind she is alive.
Kadeen nods. I slide my dagger back into the holder and cross my arms. Getting into hell is no problem, but surviving there is no easy task. I've only been to the top layer, but I do know that 2 layers below it are impossible to survive alone. I will need some of your people to come with me, preferably ones you don't mind losing if they die, I say, and Kadeen nods his head at Trex.
I will travel with you. Connor and my brother Nix will join us,
he says firmly. I nod, looking back to Kadeen. I will take Haley and leave to prepare, I say.
The witch stays here until you return. Think of her as a symbol of trust between us. After all, you are the legendary assassin who cannot be trusted.
Kadeen tells me. I want to see her before I leave then, I demand, and Kadeen nods. I turn and walk towards the door with Connor and Trex following. I stop, letting them open the door and look back once more at Kadeen. I always keep my word, and you'd best keep yours. If anything happens to her, There will be nothing between every powerless protector and me. Keep that in mind. Plus, I'm sure the demons would love to know that demon power stops rune powers. I say, my voice pitched low and with a smile laced with malice. He nods his head, almost in a bow, yet keeping his eyes locked onto mine. I don't need to hear his response as I walk out of the room, because I saw the fear flash in his eyes, and that's all I need to know. They will keep their side of the deal. Chapter 7. Evie. Evie! Haley shouts as she runs over to me, nearly knocking me to the floor as she hugs me. I pull away, looking her over and making sure there isn't anything out of place or wrong with her before taking a deep breath. Even if they did promise not to hurt her, I still wouldn't believe it until I had seen her for myself. Are you okay? I ask, and she nods, her eyes flashing to Connor and Trex who have followed me into the room. She looks scared, and I don't blame her. They are a little intimidating, especially to someone like Haley who hasn't been around protectors before. Or, giant men in cloaks with swords. She only knows I kill protectors like them sometimes, and that I think they are bad people. Ignore them. They are stalking me now and I can't get rid of them for a bit. Just try to think of them as big teddy bears or something, I say, making her chuckle and Trex growl something under his breath. I whistle as I look around at the room they have Haley in for the first time. Everything is white and black, spotless and expensive. The room we are in is a multifunctional room, with a small kitchen, a lounge area, and a double bed near the windows that overlook the city. Everything looks top of the range. At least you have a nice room for a bit, I say, and she widens her eyes. You're not taking me home? I have to stay here? She questions, with a slight tremor in her voice. I walk over to the sofa, encouraging her to sit next to me. She does, watching me with those pale eyes that seem to know what I'm thinking before I've said it. I keep my voice low, even though I'm sure Trex and Connor can hear me. I have to do something for the protectors, and it's dangerous. I'm not going to lie to you and say I will certainly be back here in a few weeks. But I promise, I will do everything I can to get back to you. I promise her, hating when tears begin to stream down her face. I don't want you to go, she says, shaking her head and leaning over to wrap her arms around me. I hold her for only a few seconds before pulling back enough that I can whisper in her ear. I will send someone to save you. Even if it's not me, if for whatever reason I can't make it back, I will make sure you will be safe. Do not worry, I tell her, because I have friends, demons, that will do anything for money, including breaking in here and saving Haley. Don't go, she begs, holding on to me tightly. Be safe and do as they ask, all right? I ask, and she wipes some tears away as she lets go of my hand. You're my family, and you're stronger than this. We might not share blood, but we share a spirit. I know it's in there somewhere. She glances away before looking back and giving me a determined expression. Yes. That's my girl. I grin, trying to keep my worry at bay as I stand up and walk to the door. I look back at her once, seeing her sitting on the sofa, and her expression hasn't changed. She can do this. I can see it. And I will be back for her. I'll see you soon, I tell her, knowing I'm going to do anything I need to so that I can get back here, to her. Connor opens the door, sympathy flashing in his eyes for a second as I look at him before I walk past. I don't need or want his sympathy. He was one of the people that helped capture and kidnap Haley. We have a car already, but we need to make a plan, Trex comments as we walk towards the elevator we came up in. I have a plan, I state, and he raises a perfect black bushy eyebrow at me. Do you care to enlighten us with it? He asks sarcastically, I wait until we are all standing in the elevator before I answer him. Have you ever been to hell? Do you know anything of what you have ahead of you? I ask them.
No, I've never been personally, but I've heard.
I cut him off. Then you haven't got a clue what we will need to survive there. We will need a demon's protection to get through without being killed. And I know a demon who owes me a favor. I say.
We don't work with demons.
Trex huffs. You do now, I say, walking out of the elevator when it gets to the bottom. This floor is just as empty as the council one. It's all glass again and gold walls with crystal chandeliers. There are dozens of doors, which must be rooms for the other protectors, but we only see one or two around and they quickly run away. In hell, the first layer is freezing cold. You will need to wrap up warm and bring plenty of weapons, considering you're powerless.
We will do that, but what about the second and third layer? We heard it's different.
Connor inquires, but I don't have a clue. And the only demon that would know is no one I'm going to ask. Not a clue, but it is likely as bad as you are thinking it is, I say dryly. It's not a place I'm looking forward to going. My first and only trip to hell when I was 18 was bad enough. Do you have a phone? I ask them both, as we stop outside the building. Connor pulls his phone out of his pocket, unlocking it and handing it to me. I quickly type an address with my number underneath it in his notes, before handing it back. Be there at 8 tonight. Dress in something a human or demon would wear to a nightclub. No suits or cloaks, I say, looking down at their outfits on purpose.
We must leave for hell, not go to wherever this is,
Trex growls. This is our only chance. You asked for my help, so you're going to have to trust me, I say, going to walk away when Trex grabs my arm, pulling me to him. I look up as his green eyes stare down at me in anger and distrust.
If you betray us, I will kill you. I don't need my runes to do that. Do you understand me, Evie?
He asks, using my name for the first time, and I grin, pushing my body closer to his. Totally. By the way, I've always liked a demanding guy. They are always best in bed, I say, flirting with him to annoy him. As predicted, he pushes me away, scowling at me. I laugh, walking to the car, and look back at them. See you later, boys. I finger wave with a slight smirk.
Chapter 8. Connor. She was not what I expected. Not at all, Trex says as we watch the car taking Evie away, not looking away once. I think he expects her to jump out and start attacking us or something. Until today, until I met her, that's what I'd have expected her to do as well. She is nothing like I anticipated. Shiny, soft-looking blue hair that falls in waves around her. Glowing, fiery blue eyes and a killer body. If I'd met her under any other circumstances, I would do anything to get into her knickers. What do you think the keepers know about her? I ask him, because I didn't know they knew anything. No one knows anything of her. She is just a rumor, an outcast who kills anyone that goes near her, indiscriminately. But that's a lie. The witch she protects is proof she doesn't kill everyone. She held a dagger to my throat today, and if she didn't care about killing, she would have killed me. Something she is willing to fight for to find out, Trex says, just as Evie's car disappears through the barrier. We should go and get your brother, I state, wishing Trex hadn't suggested bringing him on this mission. He is the last person you want to take into hell with you. Yeah, he might need sobering up before tonight, Trex replies, turning and walking down the street. We get to the first building across, and rather than going into it, we walk around it to the back entrance. It's hidden, but nearly every protector knows it's here. The smell of smoke and alcohol hits me when we walk through the door, and I pull it shut behind us both. Let's split up to look for him, Trex suggests, knowing this place is underground in about 5 layers. It takes a lot to get us drunk or stoned, and this is the only place for protectors to safely come and let off some steam. Sure, I comment, walking to the left and he goes right. I walk down the glass-walled hallways, looking at the sofas and bars, not seeing Nix anywhere. I'm nearly to the end of the corridor when I spot him. He is sitting on a sofa, 2 girls at his side in dresses that leave little to the imagination. He has a bottle of vodka in his hand as he looks up at the ceiling and blows out smoke. Nix doesn't have a shirt on, showing off his chest and arms that are completely covered in tattoos. His black curly hair falls all over the place as he hasn't bothered having it cut in a while. And by the looks of him, I bet he has been in here for a few days doing fuck knows what. Great, he is seriously fucked. I open the glass door, walking straight over and standing in front of him. He doesn't even notice as the girl on his right starts climbing on his lap and kissing his neck. Nix, I shout, kicking his leg, making him nearly drop his bottle as he jumps and shoots his head forward. I look at the girls, vaguely recognizing them. You two disappear or I'll tell your families you're in here, I say, keeping an eye on Nix's annoyed face as the 2 girls jump up off the sofa and practically run out of the room. Buzzkill, Con. We could have shared, he grins. Maybe another time. We have shit to do and you need to be sober, I tell him, and he groans, lifting his bottle and downing it. I reach over, snatching it from him and smashing it on the floor. I'm not fucking around, Nix. Now get your shit together, I tell him, just as Trex gets to my side. Do I have to knock you out and carry your ass out of here like last week? He says, crossing his arms. No, I can fucking walk, he mutters, glaring at his brother as he stands up, swaying a little before promptly passing out, his body smacking onto the floor. I'll get him, I sigh, patting Trex's shoulder. He glares at his brother and puts his hand on my chest to stop me. She wouldn't want this. We both lost her, and this is not how she would want anyone to react. He points at his brother. Our sister didn't die saving his ass so he could drink his life away. I will deal with him, he says, leaning down and picking up his brother, heaving him over his shoulder. I feel sorry for Trex and Nix. They lost both of their parents and more recently their sister. Nix drinks the memories away. And Trex, well, he pretends nothing happened. Meet you outside at 7 tonight, Trex says, and carries his brother out of the room. I walk over to the bar, paying Nix's bill before leaving. I just pray Trex can get Nix in any state to be of use to us tonight.
Chapter 9. Nix. I'm not going to hell to save anyone. You're fucking kidding, right? I exclaim, sitting up on my bed. From my seat, I can see my brother's disappointed glare levied in my direction. The door bangs open and Connor walks in, handing me a glass of water. I glance around at my apartment. The bed, the sofa, and the small kitchen are all that are in it, other than one other door that leads to a bathroom. It's empty other than the discarded takeaway boxes and drained liquor bottles littered around. I don't even remember how I got back here last night. I'd prefer vodka, I say, taking the drink and holding a hand to my head as the room spins. Yeah, well, tough shit, we need you, Connor replies dryly, leaning against the wall. Why me again? I question, and Trex groans as he narrows his eyes at me. Didn't you tell him? Connor asks. I just barely woke him up, and I think he only heard the bit about going into hell, Trex responds, and I lean back on my pillows and look at them both. The princesses have been stolen, and we need to go to hell to get them back, Connor says, like it's a normal thing to wake someone up and inform them of. I'm sorry they are gone, but who took them? How do we know they are in hell? I ask the important questions. The keepers won't tell us how they know, and they don't have a clue who took them, apparently, Connor replies. Right, so we can go and die for them, but they won't tell us shit? I ask, a hollow laugh following my words as Connor and Trex don't reply. There's a knock on the door, which breaks up the awkward silence, and Connor opens the door. A keeper is standing still outside the door, his hood covering his face so I can't see who it is. May I enter? The keeper asks, and Connor holds the door open for him, letting him in. The unfamiliar keeper lowers his hood, looking around at my apartment with clear disgust before speaking. What I tell you now is a secret, and many of the keepers would have me killed just for telling you, he says, and I look him over. The keeper is old, one of the oldest, I bet, with white roots and brown hair, but I honestly don't care. I don't have anything to do with keepers or any of their crap since they let my sister die. Connor shuts the door before walking over and sitting on my sofa as I get out of the bed and go to my kitchen. I open the doors, seeing the cabinet I usually store my alcohol in is empty, and I spot the empty bottles next to the sink. I turn and glare at my brother, who just grins. Asshole. Who are you? I turn and ask the keeper, wanting his name before I kick him, my brother, and Connor out of my apartment. Keeper Gray, he says simply. Well, Keeper Gray, nice to meet you, but you need to leave and take these assholes with you while you're at it, I say. He shakes his head sternly. I cannot do that. You need my advice and my help. I don't need fuck from you, I snarl. Connor narrows his eyes at me, sharply shaking his head. And don't start with the lecture I can see you're about to launch into, Trex, I warn, not even needing to look at him to know he was about to start off on one. Fine, I will speak to Trex and Connor, and you may listen if you wish, Keeper Gray says, moving to sit on the sofa next to Connor. The princesses were not kidnapped, they just went missing. We assumed a kidnapping instead of considering the alternative of the likelihood that they walked out of here, he says. And there's a tense silence. I know the princesses well enough to know that wouldn't have happened. They are pampered here. They can do whatever they like, and one of them was about to be crowned queen. Who in their right mind would just walk away from that? The princesses wouldn't have just deserted the throne, not all of them, Trex points out. They did, or they left. There was no forced entry. Of that I am certain, Keeper Gray informs us. Then why do the keepers think the princesses are in hell? Trex asks. We had no choice but to search the princesses' rooms, and in one, we found something that only an overlord demon could have, a token of an overlord's sin. They always keep their sin close to them, and never show or tell anyone unless they are family or very close, he explains, and I watch Trex tighten his fists in anger and sharply look away. The princesses are close to a demon overlord? How is that possible? Connor exclaims in clear shock. Demon overlords are not our friends. We hunt them, not let them anywhere near our royals, our most protected. I am as clueless as you. I simply could not let you go into hell without knowing all of the truth, or the simple fact that they might not actually be there, he says, standing up. I wouldn't tell the assassin about this. If she knew, she wouldn't take you to hell, and while we are powerless, we need her. What do you know about the assassin? Who is she? Who are her parents? I ask, and he looks towards me. I watch his expression carefully and see many emotions flash in his eyes as he tries to decide what to tell me. I'm not the best at judging people's reactions, but I have a feeling this assassin means something to him. I know everything there is to know about her, but I am bound to never speak a word of it. I promised her father I would keep her secret and protect her. That is why I am telling you all I know, because you will be protecting her in a way on your travels, he says. Who is her father? I ask. I cannot say, he replies almost sadly, and lifts his hood, walking to the door and opening it up. Good luck, protectors. That was weird, Connor says as Keeper Gray shuts the door after himself. I'm coming with you, I tell them firmly. Why have you changed your mind? Trex asks, genuinely surprised if his voice is anything to go by. To keep you fuckers alive, that's why. You will need me, I say, and both Connor and Trex laugh. If that's what you need to tell yourself, fine, Trex says, walking away, opening the door and looking back over his shoulder. But take a damn shower, you stink, brother. I laugh, walking into my bathroom as Connor leaves to do just that.
Chapter 10. Evie. Do you have food? I ask the man, who pushes me away, and I fall to the ground. The demon doesn't even look back as he walks away. I look down, bursting into tears as rain pours down on me and I sink further into the mud. My 5th birthday was 2 days ago, and it was also the last time that I had eaten. My parents had yelled as I accidentally set their rug on fire. They said I wasn't human, that I was unnatural, and had to leave. I screamed and screamed for them to not leave me, but they did.
Hey, are you okay?
A woman asks, running over and picking me up off the ground. She holds me close, folding her cloak around me as I cry, and she rubs my back. The woman waves her hand, a blue light covering her hand, and I hear a door open. The woman carries me into the warm room, putting me down on something soft. But I'm too scared to open my eyes.
Honey, you are safe now, she says soothingly.
I'm alone now, I whimper.
No, not anymore,
the woman says. I open my eyes, seeing a dark-skinned woman kneeling in front of me. She has long black hair, a weird mark on her right cheek, and a big smile. She has on a long dress, big gray eyes, and I don't think she is a demon. I don't know what she is, but she seems nice. I'm scared.
I know. But if you trust me, I won't leave you alone. The world isn't good all the time, but I think if you can do one good thing, it's a step in the right direction,
she says, and stands up.
Do you like hot chocolate?
I have some I can make you.
And then we'll get you a meal.
Yes, please, I whisper, and she smiles before walking away. I was never alone from that day on, even when I thought I always would be. Here, stop here, I say to the taxi driver, after a streetlight flashes in my eyes and snaps me out of the horrible memory. My human adoptive parents left me here on my 5th birthday and never looked back. I guess I was lucky they thought I was a demon, even though the blue hair should have tipped them off, and they left me here, where the protectors couldn't find me. The taxi driver instantly puts the brakes on and stops the taxi. He gives me a questioning look at where we've stopped. It looks like an empty field, but only Soups would be able to see what it really is. I pay him, get out of the taxi, and watch as he turns around and drives off. I smooth down my tight red dress, hoping that the dagger on my thighs can't be seen. I hate dresses. The wind pushes my hair in my face and reminds me that I left my hair down, so it covers up the knife attached to my back. One bonus for having waist-length hair. Weapons aren't really allowed here, but everyone brings them. It's too dangerous not to. I have to wait 10 more minutes for the protector's car to show up. Connor gets out first, shocking me a little to see him looking normal. And hot. Very fucking hot. His blonde hair is styled to the left, and he has on black trousers paired with a loose blue shirt that has a few buttons undone. I can't see any weapons on him, but I'm not stupid enough to think he hasn't hidden them somewhere.
Wow.
Connor whistles as he looks me up and down, but my attention strays to the stranger that gets out of the back seat. He has messy black hair and a white shirt that is undone except for 2 buttons at the bottom, so I can see all the black ink covering his chest. It stops just before his neck. I lift my eyes to his green ones that remind me of Trex. This must be the brother whose name I can't remember.
You didn't tell me she was fucking gorgeous, Con.
The brother muses, eyeing me up like a snack. The door slams shut just as Trex walks over.
That's because she is working with us, Nix. Not here to fuck us,
Trex says, making me laugh and his eyes narrow on mine.
What is so funny?
He asks, as I roll my eyes at his tight, dark green shirt, the way every button is done up, and his black trousers. He still looks too formal, but it will have to do. Your denial that you want me. I can see it. I grin, and he scowls at me. Anyway, boys, try to keep your mouths shut in here. Demons aren't really fans of protectors.
It is our job to keep them in line, so I'd expect not.
Trex replies dryly. Keep in line, yes. But you guys send them to hell so often for just living, they hate you. I tell them honestly. Most of the time, the demons are unfairly accused, and there is no trial to find out what happened. They are just sent back to hell without questioning, or killed. Most of the time, they are killed. I turn around, walking to the small gate and pushing the wooden revolving gate which lets us through the barrier.
Fucking hell.
I hear Nick's curse behind me as the field disappears and the demon underground appears. There are metal transport containers piled everywhere. The ones at the bottom are open with shops inside and the market in front of them. Other containers lead into diners, clubs, and other rooms. Music blasts from a nearby speaker, and people walk past us like we aren't even here, dressed in similar clothes or cloaks. All sorts of people live here, but the demons run it. Mainly overlord demons, who are meant to be banned from Earth. Let's hope the protectors don't see any of those around. There are 5 demon undergrounds as far as I know. I should know because I grew up in them. When you are hunted by protectors like demons are, then demons become your friends and allies. Not a word about this place, I warn them. Though I know it's likely they are going to die in hell anyway and never get a chance to tell anyone, so I'm not too worried. I only want to get my ass back out of hell with the princesses, not them. This way. I nod my head to the left and walk down the stone pathway. I keep my eyes down as I pass several people, not wanting anyone to know I'm here with these protectors. I know too many people here, and so many wouldn't take it well to see me walking protectors into their homes. Hopefully, no one will notice they are something more than human. I finally get to the building I want. It's the only one around here that is made from bricks and concrete. It used to be a school, I think, but it's been changed and now houses a nightclub for the most dangerous demons. Don't drink or eat anything in here that I don't give you. Trust me. I stop to warn them before walking up to the entrance. 2 demon bouncers are outside, and one holds his arm in front of me to stop me. I can't see their faces, only their cloaks and their red skin, letting me know they are likely very powerful demons.
Password?
The one who stopped me asks. Sempiternum, demonum, futurum, oriri. I say quietly, and he lowers his hand, letting me in with a glance. Connor walks closer to my side as we walk in the house and down the long corridor that leads to the club.
What did that mean? And how do you speak Latin?
Connor asks curiously. All demons speak Latin, some more so than English, and I grew up with demons.
Do you not bother speaking to them before you kill them?
I ask him, and he doesn't reply. I said, demons will rise, in Latin, because the people here believe it.
You think of demons as people,
he says, as he figures out my feelings on demons. They are people. They have feelings. They fall in love and they protect their families. Demons are better than humans in my experience. The only demons that I don't think of as people are overlords, and we are heading to see one. Overlords are said to be thousands of years old, but I don't know if that's true. I doubt it. It's likely just a rumor. That's one of the biggest mistakes of your kind, that you don't see them as people. I sneer at him, and walk faster so that I'm ahead of him. I push the wooden doors open at the end of the corridor and walk into the nightclub. The loud, thumping music immediately assaults my ears. I look around, seeing demon women dancing with human men on the dance floor. They are succubus demons by the looks of their blue skin, black hair, and tantalizing bodies as they seduce the human men in suits out of their money. A female waitress, a lower-class demon with red skin and black eyes, stops in front of us, offering us a drink from the tray she is holding. "No thanks. Do you speak English?" I ask her, and she pauses, giving me a worried nod. "Good. I'm looking for Seth," I ask, and her eyes widen. She moves to run away, but I grab her arm, stopping her. "Tell Seth that Evie is here. He will want to see me," I explain to her, and let her go, watching as she runs away.
"Seems not just protectors run from you,"
Trex sarcastically comments. "Asshole." "She will tell him I'm here. Seth usually has company, so we will have to wait," I reply calmly, not rising to Trex's taunts.
"I think it's time for a drink, and time we get to know each other better. We are going to hell after all, we should at least know a few things about each other,"
Nix says, walking to the bar without asking for my permission. I think I like him. He seems like an asshole. I follow him over, stopping him when he lifts a hand to order. "Let me order, unless you want to wake up in a demon's bed with your soul missing," I say, lifting my own hand, and the demon bartender runs over. The bartender is young, with big blue eyes and a tired expression. "4 normals, Jack Daniels if you have it. In fact, leave the bottle," I tell him, and the bartender stares at me for a second before running off.
"Has that happened to you?"
Connor asks with wide eyes as he waits at my side for the bartender to get our drinks. I walk over to an empty booth with a table, sliding into a seat. The guys sit next to me, Connor on my left and Nix on my right. As suspected, Trex sits as far away from me as possible. Not personally, but I know someone it did happen to. He died the next day. It was a shame. I liked him, I say with a grin that seems to worry them all. Luckily for them, the bartender comes over with 4 shot glasses and a bottle of Jack Daniels. "I've opened a tab. Pay later, assassin," the bartender says, bowing low and walking away. I reach for the bottle, but Nix is quicker, grinning at me as he opens it. "Too slow, love," he says. Not another nickname. It's bad enough what he calls me. I point a finger at Connor, who leans closer, picking up a strand of my blue hair, twirling it around.
"But blue, it suits you,"
he says seductively. Then he asks in a more serious tone,
"How did you get your hair like this? Is it dyed?"
I pick up the drink Nix poured for me, downing it before answering him. I'm tempted to lie, but there really isn't much point. These guys won't survive long anyway. I've always had blue hair. I had a witch friend who said the only way to get my hair this color was to use the blue rune when I was too young and for far too long. I must have been almost killed as a baby or something, and I called my rune subconsciously. I tell them, and Trex stares at me as he downs his shot, pouring himself another one. I feel them all staring, but I just hold my hand out for the bottle, waiting until Trex hands it to me. I don't bother with the glass, just drinking straight from the bottle and slamming it back on the table, loving the burn of the liquor down my throat.
"I've heard of a protector who has had white hair most of his life. He used the white rune when he was 4 years old to heal himself from a deadly attack, and it turned his hair white, and he couldn't change it,"
Trex says, and for a moment we stare at each other. For a moment, I think he might be redeemable and not a total asshole. But then he keeps talking.
"It's likely your parents knew what you were and tried to kill you for it."
The blue rune is holy fire. Holy fire only kills demons, so I wouldn't have called it to kill my parents or protect myself from them. It's more likely demons tried to kill me and my parents and I survived somehow. I tell them, and a deep voice clears his throat from the end of the table.
You called for me, Evie, darling?
Chapter 11. Evie. I look over to the demon overlord leaning against the table, a smirk on his pretty lips as he watches me. Seth has always been pretty, but his pretty face doesn't work on me, though he has tried many, many times. I know how much of a shithead he can be, and I don't sleep with assholes like him. He has white hair, braided at his neck, and dark red eyes that reveal how smart he is, but that's hidden from most by their beauty. He is the very definition of deadly beauty, just like his brothers. His suit shirt is loose, and there are lipstick stains on his neck, telling me he had been having a good night until I interrupted. He smirks, looking around at the protectors and then back at me.
Interesting friends you've got here, Evie, darling.
He drawls. We need to speak. Privately. I answer, watching as he stands taller and nods his head to the left.
My room, then,
he says. Connor gets out of the booth and I follow, looking back to see Trex pull the bottle of Jack out of Nix's grip and glare at him. Clearly there are some problems in paradise. We walk through the nightclub to a small set of stairs where two demons stand guard. They glance at Seth, who simply nods, and they let us all past. At the top of the stairs, Seth opens the door to a large room. It has a glass floor, so we can see the people dancing on the dance floor below, but it is a mirror for them so they cannot see up. Trex closes the door behind us, and I wait as Seth goes over to a little table, pouring himself a drink.
Do you want one?
He asks. No, I answer for us all.
So, Evie, darling, are you going to explain why the fuck you have brought 3 protectors into my home?
He asks, his eyes starting to glow from his anger. It's complicated, but I'm not here to talk about them. You owe me a favor, and I need to collect, I say, and he chokes on his drink.
You're kidding me, right?
No, not one bit, I bite out.
What do you want, exactly?
He inquires. I need to get to the bottom layer of hell, and for that I need an overlord demon at my side, I say, and he laughs, until he meets my eyes and realizes how serious I am.
Fuck, Evie, darling, that's a death sentence even for me,
he says, and pulls his phone out.
I know someone who might go with you, but I can't,
he says, and I swear under my breath. If I can't get an overlord to come with me, I'll have to fight to get into the 3rd layer. No one is that strong, or that stupid. I saved your child. Does that not earn me a debt? I say. 3 years ago, his 5-year-old daughter was kidnapped, and everyone was called to search. I was the one that found her and brought her back alive when no one else could have.
And I helped you by not warning every demon here that you walked in with 3 protectors. One word from me and you'd be dead.
He answers back. Asshole.
Unlikely,
Trex comments, and Seth narrows his eyes at him.
This is why we don't treat demons fairly. They can't be trusted to keep their word,
Connor spits out. No, he is right. Bringing you here was a mistake, and in Seth's eyes, we are even, I say, frustrated.
You came to Seth and didn't even think to ask me? I'm offended, V.
A familiar deep voice says, before he steps out from the shadows in the corner of the room. Ozzy. My demon ex, and the very last person I want to see. I take a step back, narrowing my eyes on his red ones as he stops in the middle of the room. Ozzy hasn't changed a bit since I last saw him 3 years ago. Since he broke my heart, and I made sure he paid for it. His black hair is short. His pale skin still makes him look like a vampire or something, and his red eyes glow lightly. He has an expensive suit on, covering his muscular and impressive body that I used to love. What the fuck are you doing here? I exclaim, my hand naturally going to my back where my dagger is.
I heard you had some new dangerous friends. I'm here to help with whatever trouble you've gotten yourself into,
he says, grinning.
Who is this?
Connor asks, placing his hand on my arm to get my attention, and an audible growl comes from Ozzy. Just an ex who I sent to hell and hoped wouldn't return, I comment.
Why did you send him to hell?
Trex asks.
We had a mild disagreement, and Evie took it too far.
Ozzy drawls in an annoyed tone.
Wait, let me get this straight. You sent your ex-boyfriend to hell because you fell out with him?
Nix asks me, and I shrug. He shouldn't have been such an asshole, I reply, looking up to see that very ex glaring at me from the other side of the room. I can't stop the smirk that appears on my lips. I'm damn proud of that day. Nix bursts into laughter, and when he stops, there is a tense silence to the room. Seth walks over to me, placing his hand on my shoulder.
I cannot help you, but my brother can. Safe travels, Evie darling.
He moves closer, whispering into my ear.
Change your mind about going to hell. That is not where you should be. It's a death sentence for you.
Seth pulls away and walks out of the room as I keep my eyes locked on Ozzy's.
Why do you need to go to the bottom layer of hell?
Ozzy asks. None of your business, I state.
It is if I'm taking you there,
he replies.
To rescue 3 very important people. Evie has made a deal. And the price...
I cut Connor off. Is Haley. They have Haley. I bite out, and Ozzy's eyes glow a brighter red. If veins start crawling down his face, I know he has lost control of his inner demon. I've only ever seen that happen once, and it was when he fell into hell.
Is she okay?
He asks, his hands in fists as he tries to calm down. I forget how much he cared for Haley. They were close before everything happened between us. The protectors have promised her safety. I don't trust them, but we will have 3 hostages if they touch her. I point a thumb at the guys who glare at me.
Let me come with you, V. If not for you, then for Haley.
He asks me. I stare at him for a second before nodding my agreement. Fine, I say, knowing I'm going to regret this. Meet us tomorrow morning at my place. Ozzy nods before using one of his gifts to make flames smother him and portal himself away.
We should leave tonight,
Trex demands, as I turn and walk to the door. You are not dressed for hell, for one, and 2, the top layer of hell is the most dangerous at night, I say, and narrow my eyes at Trex. Why are you so desperate to go, more than Connor and your brother? I ask.
One of the princesses is his fiancée. Did they not tell you that?
Nix says, laughing low. Then we will get her back, but you have to do this my way, I say firmly. And no more secrets. Hell is exactly that. Hell. We have to have some trust between us all, I say, and walk out of the room, swallowing the disappointment that the hot guy is engaged and off limits. Chapter 12. Evie. I pull my plate up into a bun, winding it around and using hair slides to put it in place. I spent well over half an hour looking for the tiny little things. I always seem to lose them when I need them. I pick the leather corset belt up off the bed, put it on and tighten it up. I slide the 5 knives into their hidden compartments and make sure they are all secure before stepping away from the mirror. I glance at my bedroom. The clothes all over the floor and the messy sheets from where I couldn't sleep last night. How did everything change so quickly? I fling the quiver full of arrows on my back and my bag with food and water on the other side. I glance at myself in the mirror as I grab my bow and swallow the fear I have of going back to hell. The last time was purely an accident, and I'll never forget it. The memory flashes in my mind without me even wanting to think about it. I scream as I fall into the portal after the protector pushed me, and I keep falling as I open my eyes and spread my arms out to grab something. Snow and mountains are everywhere I look. The harsh snow slamming against my face as I fall makes me close my eyes again and hold my head to my chest. My body hits the snow-covered ground with a thud, sending pain shooting through what feels like every part of my body. Where the hell am I? Antarctica? It certainly looks like it. I stand up when I can, looking around at the empty area around me. There is nothing but snow, and well, more snow. I look up at the sky, pausing when I can't see the sun or the moon. There are no stars, just blackness with a blue, smoky haze that gives off light. Right. Time to leave. I pull my sleeve up, pressing my finger to my red rune, and try to call a portal. Nothing happens. That's impossible. The rune doesn't even glow red. I move to my other arm, pulling the sleeve up in a panic and pressing my finger against the blue rune. My hand instantly burns with holy blue fire, though it doesn't hurt me. So that rune works here. I close my hand, putting out the fire and looking around again. I spot a fire in the distance to my right, and I start walking towards it, crawling to get over the hill. When I get to the top, I freeze at the horror in front of me. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of demons walking in a line, with transparent-looking people in the middle of them. The people look human, but it's hard to tell from where I am. They are see-through, though, and that's not normal.
What do we have here?
I hear a sickening-sounding voice say from behind me, and I turn, seeing a demon that looks half snake and half human in front of me. I step back, missing my step, and I go tumbling down the hill. The next 3 days, the demons keep me, feeding off my blood and beating me senseless. It's all a blur, but I have never been as powerless as I am now. The next real thing I am aware of is a bright, red light. When I open my eyes, a red-eyed demon with black hair and a handsome face is holding me in his arms.
You're safe now.
I snap out of the memory of the first time I met Ozzy, and the only time I've ever been to hell. I saw a lot of it as the demons dragged me around as their slave. They claimed my blood was worth more than any they had ever seen, and that it was the only reason they didn't kill me. I walk out of my bedroom, closing the door behind me. Ozzy may have saved me, but he broke me far worse than any demon did in hell. He should have left me there. I stare around at the empty apartment, the stillness of it, and I hate it. I hate being in my home without Haley. It's too quiet, and it's too messy. Haley was the neat freak, and I tend to forget to pick my stuff up. I used to get annoyed when she moved stuff to clean, and I couldn't find it. But now I miss having her around to do that. It's only been 2 days, and I will get her back. I have to keep telling myself that, or I might lose the plot and try to rescue her instead of moving forward with this plan. I go to the kitchen, reaching into the fridge and getting out my 5 packets of bacon when I smell a familiar smoky scent, and then I sense him. I turn around to see Ozzy standing in my living room, with only the faint trails of smoke still surrounding him to tell me he used a portal to get in here. He is dressed for hell this time, no more suits like he usually wears. This time he has a North Face jacket on similar to mine, but his is blue. He has a bag on his back, 2 swords, and I'm sure plenty of other weapons hidden underneath. I hate the first moment I see him. My body instantly warms, remembering every moment we spent together like it was yesterday. He was my first everything, and being with him was the first time I felt safe. But he ruined it, and I have to remember that. Have you heard of knocking? I frown at him, pulling my bag off my back and shoving my bacon in the container inside. It won't last more than a couple days, but the freezing landscape should help keep the bacon fresh.
Bacon, I see you haven't changed much in all these years.
He chuckles as I close my bag and chuck it on my shoulder. I ignore him, starting to walk to the door, but he steps in my way, making me arch my neck to look up at him. "Get out of the way," I snap, and he continues to move closer until he's close enough that I can smell his peppermint scent. I never knew if it was a cologne or something he put on that made him smell that way, but I always loved how he smelt.
We need to talk about what happened.
I don't want to talk about it. You fucked me over, just like everyone said you would. Demons like you can't be trusted, and they certainly can't love anyone but themselves. So get the fuck out of my way before I do something that you will regret. I threaten him, as his eyes burn with anger. He goes to reply when there is a knock at the door. "Come in," I say, stepping back, and Ozzy steps aside.
This isn't over, and if I have to tie you down to make you talk to me, I will,
he states firmly, crossing his arms with a determined expression. I hate that he knows I like being tied up. Can't believe the bastard actually just used that against me. "You can try," I harshly whisper, just as the door opens and the protectors walk in. They have cloaks on again, this time with rucksacks on their backs and weapons everywhere to be seen. I notice straight away the 2 axes on Trex's back. The shiny black metal looks awesome. Connor has swords, and when he walks over, I spot the dozens of daggers and 2 guns on his belt. Nyx is the last one through the door, and he doesn't look impressed, but he does look hot. He has a bow similar to mine attached to his back along with arrows.
Here, these are for you and Ozzy. They have advanced protectors technology in them, making them stay as warm as you need them.
Connor offers me the folded-up cloaks. I nod, accepting them and chucking one at Ozzy, who catches it.
"Where is it safe to make a portal around here?"
Trex asks, as I take my supplies and clip the cloak on. I put everything back on and pick up my bow. "There is a basement under the building. It's big enough and no one goes in it," I reply, pushing past them all and towards the door. They follow me down the steps, and I wait for them to leave the apartment before locking the door. I walk around the building to the alleyway, unlocking the basement door with my key and walking down the steps. I wait until we are all in the middle of the dark basement, with Connor using the flashlight on his phone to see. The others don't care, and Ozzy can see in the dark anyway. "Are you ready for this?" I ask, pulling an arrow out of my quiver and holding it at my side. They all nod, pulling their weapons out. Ozzy doesn't. He just stands still.
"Are you opening the portal or me?"
Ozzy asks. "Me. Just keep an eye out. We can't have any souls escaping. You know how much trouble souls can cause humans. People don't like ghosts, and we haven't got time to call a reaper," I comment, and pull my sleeve up, pressing my finger to my red rune and thinking of hell. I open my eyes as my rune glows bright, blasting red light into the room. A second later, a red portal burns into existence, getting bigger and bigger until it's about the size of a door. A soul rushes out almost instantly, and I load my bow, shoot it in the chest, and send it back through the door. "After you," I say, waving my hand at the door. Connor runs into it first, followed by Nyx and Trex.
"I'm going last,"
Ozzy tells me, and I don't bother arguing with him, running towards the portal and jumping in, feeling the fire burn all over me. And then I'm just falling. Chapter 13. Evie. I land with a roll when I fall out of the portal and bump into someone, knocking myself onto my side. I sit up, seeing Connor on the ground shaking his head as he gets up. Nyx and Trex are slowly standing up, looking a bit dazed, but at least they didn't break anything on the floor. I stand up quickly, loading my arrow into my bow and looking around while they aren't focused. Traveling great distances in portals can make you feel a little drunk sometimes, and I've traveled through so many it doesn't bother me anymore. I doubt it will bother Ozzy either, when he finally manages to get his ass down here. I look around, not seeing anyone or anything near us. It's just snow, and the mountains behind us. At the sound of a loud bang, I turn around to see Ozzy land in a crouch, and he grins at me before rising to stand.
Where to next?
Connor asks, walking over to me. He brushes snow out of his hair as the others come over. See the mountains there? I point to them as I speak. They hold the entrance to the next layer. It's not going to be easy to get to them, but once we are inside, it's only demons we have to deal with. I tell them, and they give me a confused look. The souls here are the worst of any souls. They are stuck here for their actions and their lives, and the demons usually feed off them until they fade away. They aren't like souls on Earth, who have to put a lot of energy into just moving a flower pot or something. I explain.
And the good souls, what happens to them? Are they here?
Nix asks.
Truly good souls never come to hell. Souls that are neutral are taken to the second layer and reborn.
Ozzy explains for me, and Nix nods, looking away sharply. What was that about? Let's go. It's going to take us at least 7 hours on foot to reach the mountains, and that's only if we don't run into trouble along the way, I say, putting my bow back on my back and walking ahead. We walk in silence for about an hour, and I'm impressed with how well the protectors are able to keep up with me. They don't complain about the climbing in the snow or the fact the temperature is dropping every hour. The snow is beginning to freeze over and become hard to walk on. Nix catches up to me, while the others are closer together just behind us.
Can I ask you something, love?
Nix asks, grabbing my arm when I nearly slip on some ice. I pull my arm away, meeting his light green eyes that don't seem to have a motive. I might answer, so you might as well ask, I reply eventually.
How old were you when you killed someone for the first time?
He asks. Why? Do you want to know how long I've been a monster? I snap out in reply, and he shakes his head, his black hair moving with him and getting some of the snow out of it.
If killing as a child when you had no choice makes you a monster, well, that makes me one too,
he admits, making me pause for a second and look at him. How old were you? I ask.
5. I killed my father.
He responds in a cold tone. I knew there was something dark about him. This kind of explains some things. Why? I reply.
For beating up and killing my mother. He was about to kill Trex, holding a dagger dripping with my mother's blood to his throat. I picked up one of his daggers off the floor where he had dropped it and slammed it into his cold, dead heart.
He tells me the story like it isn't something that happened to him. There is no real emotion in his retelling of the story. That must be his way of coping, pretending that his past happened to someone else. I don't blame him. You don't seem to regret it, I reply.
I don't,
he says firmly. You shouldn't. And I am sorry. I tell him honestly.
I told you. Now shouldn't you tell me your story in return, love?
He asks. I want to ignore him, but something makes me speak instead. I was 8, older than you. I start off.
Who was it?
He asks. A protector. I had left the demon compound, ignoring my friend's advice and thinking I knew better. Thinking I was safe. But I wasn't. He was waiting for me. I say, trying to forget the fear I felt when the protector caught me and slammed me onto the ground, holding a dagger to my neck. I wasn't a fighter back then, just a scared child.
How did an 8-year-old beat an adult protector?
He inquires. My friend was a witch, and a smart one. She was older than me, 18 at the time I was attacked. She had just gotten her power and followed me to make sure I was safe for the night. She used her gifts to hold the protector down, and I killed him with the dagger he tried to kill me with. I tell him, trying to keep any emotion out of my voice. She also suggested leaving my rune name on him as a way of scaring the other protectors away. It became a thing I just did after a while.
Where is your friend now?
Nix asks. She died. I reply simply, still missing her with every single part of me. and I can't even say her name now. It hurts too much. I stop dead in my tracks, hearing a slight sound, seconds before over 20 souls rush at us from all directions. We walked straight into a soul trap. The souls appear almost see-through, but any weapon with silver on it will kill them. Luckily, all my weapons have silver, but there are a lot of them and not enough of us. "Weapons, now!" I shout, pulling my bow off and grabbing an arrow. Nyx does the same, and we start firing instantly. I hit 3 souls before they get too close and whack the nearest one with the end of my bow when it heads towards me. I grab a dagger out of my belt, slamming it into the soul of what looks like a burnt body as it runs at me. I turn around just in time to see Trex slam his axe over the head of a soul. "Shit! There are too many! It's like they have gathered together to find us and trap us," I mutter, grabbing the hand of the soul that reaches for me and flipping it over my shoulder, slamming my dagger into it as it lands. I jump up, looking around and seeing nothing but souls. More and more are running towards us, far more than the 20 we started with. Crap-a-doodle. "Ozzy!" I shout at him, seeing him holding 2 souls in his hands, and he is burning them. He quickly kills them, looking over at me and then to the army surrounding us. "All right," he shouts. "Cover me!" "Everyone cover Ozzy and jump into the flame portal he makes," I tell them, neglecting to mention that it hurts like hell to go through a demon portal. It will likely knock us all out, including Ozzy for holding it open so long. The guys do as I ask, and I pull another arrow out, shooting soul after soul as I back up. I get to Ozzy's side just as he opens the fire portal, which looks just like a wall of flames. Connor gives me a wide-eyed look, but I don't have time to look at the others as a soul runs at Nyx, catching him off guard and biting his arm. He swears, pulling the soul off of him, and I shoot the soul with an arrow. He holds his arm as he backs towards the portal and jumps in with a nod at me. "Jump in, Connor, Trex! Ozzy can't hold it for long," I say, knowing I'm close to leaving their asses here. Connor jumps in, and Trex kills 2 more souls with his axe before jumping. "Now, V!" Ozzy says, sweat pouring down his forehead and his red eyes blazing. I put my finger to my blue rune, calling my holy fire, and make a wall of it in front of us, seeing the souls run towards the holy fire and burn themselves. I turn around and run into the portal, feeling like every part of me is burning before I land somewhere cold, then black out. Chapter 14. Evie. Evie. I hear my friend speak, her words filled with shock as I pull the dagger out of the chest of the protector on the floor. "He was waiting for me in here. He knew I would come to see you today and get food," I say with a shaky voice, my hand dropping the dagger onto the ground as I realize what I've done. I've killed him. Don't you dare feel guilty. Not for this. I'm sorry I wasn't here to protect you until the end, she says, coming over to me. Why do they keep coming for me? Why am I not safe anywhere? I thought this place was safe, I ask. I was lucky to kill this one, and if I hadn't been trained with the old demon I found to help me, I wouldn't have survived. And if she hadn't come home and stopped him with her magic... I thought the same, but evidently it's not. We will move to another place, she states, holding her hands on her hips and staring at the dead protector. I can just leave by myself. You don't have to move because of me. If I'm not here, they won't come after you, I say, trying not to look as upset as I feel. I'm not leaving an 8-year-old on the streets while she is hunted by monsters. Even a smart 8-year-old like you, she says, tutting like she does when she isn't happy. But you're a witch. You can't leave your people, I protest. All the witches live in this demon underground. They own the section my friend lives in. I have no living family and I'm a teacher, so I can get a job anywhere, she reminds me, and I nod, biting my lip. The witches won't miss me. Don't worry. What should we do with him? I ask, knowing we can't just leave him here. My friend picks a picture up off the side, the drawing of my rune name I drew earlier today when I was bored.
We leave this as a warning for whoever is after you,
she says, leaning down and placing the drawing on his chest.
Now help me pack our stuff, and no more living on the streets for you. You can hide with me, and we will figure something out. I'm tired of letting you walk out that door for nights on end and worrying as I wait for you to come back, Evie.
You're like the only real family I've ever had, I say quietly.
Not like. We are family,
she says, pulling me into her arms and kissing my forehead.
You won't be alone ever again, Evie. V, wake up.
Ozzy's voice penetrates through the darkness and I blink my eyes open. As everything comes into focus, I notice my head is in his lap and his hand is gently stroking my cheek. For a second, I forget what happened in the past, only seeing his handsome features and the red eyes that would scare most, but not me. They've never scared me. I have always liked the darkness. The emotion I can see in his eyes now calls to me. I'm not sure if it's real, but I don't know if I can look away.
V, I never meant to hurt you. It was always you for me, from the moment I met you here. Let me explain what happened that night.
Ozzy, I whisper softly, and the sound of a male groan snaps me out of whatever moment we were having. I jump off his lap, ignoring his annoyed glare. I can't risk letting him close like that again. This is a job. That's all. That was stupid, Evie. I pull myself to my feet, looking around at the small cave we are in and the snow just outside the entrance. By the looks of the trail of snow, Ozzy dragged us in here from outside. I look over to see Trex waking up, shaking his head and looking dazed. Where the hell are we?
I'm going to get some wood, or anything we can use. I checked the cave while I waited for you to wake up, and it is safe. It's night, and we aren't going anywhere until morning.
He pauses.
We are at the bottom of the mountain to answer your unasked question,
Ozzy says, pulling his cloak around him and walking out of the cave without another word.
What happened?
Connor mumbles, sitting up, his gold hair sticking up all over the place, and he has mud all over his cheek. He rubs his face, glancing at his friends, and pulling his bag off his back, getting out a drink. Trex is still struggling to come around, running his hands over his face. I try to hide my smile when he looks my way, but he sees it anyway. I chuckle and look back at Connor. Demon portals aren't made for anything other than demons. When our kind travels through, it knocks us out. It can kill humans if they travel too far in them. I tell him, as he drinks some water and shakes his head at me.
You could have mentioned that before we went through the portal,
Trex snaps, going over to his brother and shaking his shoulder. Nix groggily slaps Trex's hand away as he wakes up, looking around the room and falling back with a dramatic groan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Next time I will leave you with the souls and let them eat you, you ungrateful asshole.
I snap right back at Trex, and his eyes burn with hate and anger as he stands up to walk over, but Connor steps in front of him.
She is right. We didn't have a choice and would be dead if Ozzy hadn't opened the portal. Let's make camp rather than try to kill each other. We have enough dangerous obstacles ahead that will attempt to maim and murder us. Remember why we are here, Trex,
Connor suggests, but Trex doesn't take his furious eyes off me.
Fine,
he finally spits out, turning around and going over to his brother. At least the asshole listens to someone. I take my bag off, pulling out my blanket first and putting it on the ground. I lay my weapons next to it, keeping my daggers on my thighs just in case.
He isn't waking up,
I hear Trex say, and I look over to see him shaking Nix's shoulder and Connor kneeling down next to them. Shit, he got bit. He was bit by a soul on his arm, I say, standing up. Nix needs the poison sucked out and the wound disinfected, I tell them, and they both dart their eyes to me.
Sucked out?
Trex asks with a disgusted frown. Boys. I roll my eyes at them and walk over, nudging Connor out of the way. I begin to lift Nix's arm, but Trex grabs my wrist, stopping me. I look up, meeting his dark green eyes.
Why can't you use your white rune to heal him?
Runes don't work on the dead or anything they infect. I know this. I've seen people try. Nix will die if we don't get the poison out, I tell him firmly. I've seen it happen so many times in the demon underground. People who ventured into hell for whatever reason and escaped with bites thinking they were free. This is the only way to save people, the only way I've seen work. I was lucky demons found me when I fell into hell, and the souls didn't get near me. Not that what the demons did was any better. I remember praying for death at times, and the souls could have given me that. I can help. I want to help him. So let me? I ask him, as gently as I can make myself speak. He watches me for a second before letting go.
If my brother dies, I will hold you responsible,
he growls. I get it. I'm pretty sure this is the second time you have threatened to kill me, and yet here I am. If I was going to betray you, I would have done it by now, I tell him, looking down at Nix's arm and pulling the sleeve up. The bite itself isn't too bad, but the poison from the dead soul is crawling through his veins near the bite. I can see it spreading underneath the tattoos that cover his arm right up to his wrist. The bite is between the blue and black runes on his arm. I turn it over and see his rune name written down the side of his arm, hidden in all the other tattoos.
He wouldn't want you to know his name,
Trex tells me. I can't read runes, so I won't know it, I tell him, and he gives me a questioning look. I'm sure he has a million questions to ask, but he doesn't voice any of them. The room is deadly silent as I kneel down, getting ready.
Can you do this? He is my brother. I can do this if you can't,
Trex tells me firmly. I've done worse to save someone I like. Plus, I've seen this done a few times. I know when to stop and when to wash the poison out of my mouth when it starts burning. I tell him. He doesn't reply, but he seems to get the idea that I am trying to help his brother. Connor, go in my bag and get the bottle of vodka out. We will need it, I tell him, and he nods sharply, running over to my bag. If he wakes up and tries to fight me off, you need to stop him. Understood? I ask Trex, who nods, leaning closer and getting ready. This will hurt, I say to the unconscious Nix, before covering my mouth over the bite and beginning to suck the poison out. I alternate sucking and spitting out the poison and keep an eye on his arm, watching the veins turning back to normal slowly. It takes about 20 minutes of this before Nix wakes up with a start. His natural reaction is as I predicted it would be, and he immediately tries to push me away. Trex holds him down, but he seems to struggle a bit as his brother goes mad.
Evie is helping you relax.
Trex soothes him in a firm tone. Nix calms down a little before looking up at me with a grin.
Sucking me already? We haven't even gone on a date yet, love.
He flirts even when he must be in a lot of pain. I pull my mouth away, spitting out the last of the poison. You'll have to return the favor sometime, I say, smirking as I wink at him. Connor quickly hands me the bottle of vodka and I drink some, washing my mouth out and spitting out the last of the poison. I quickly pour some on the cut, making Nix hiss, but he doesn't stop me.
Consider it a promise,
Nix replies, his voice tired. Connor hands me a bandage, and I quickly wrap Nix's arm, pushing him down when he tries to sit up. Rest. We have about 6 hours until the morning, and we can't leave at night, I explain to them, grabbing the bottle of vodka off the floor. Nix holds his good arm out for the bottle and I hand it to him, watching him guzzle some before he hands it back to me. I drink some more before putting the lid back on. Ozzy is getting wood for a fire, and we will have to take turns on watch. That army of souls was not normal. They don't travel together like that. I have a feeling whoever took your princesses has told the souls to kill us and offered them something. I state, and none of them say anything, but the way they exchange quick glances lets me know they are thinking the same thing. Let's hope it's only souls they have after us. There are much worse things in hell to send to kill someone. I walk to the edge of the cave before they can reply to me. Slipping a dagger from its sheath, I sit and watch for Ozzy to come back, or for anything dangerous lurking in the snow. Whoever has the princesses does not want them found.
Chapter 15. Nyx. Hey, I say, handing Evie a protein bar and sitting down next to her. She looks at the bar in her hand before she shrugs and opens it up. You should be resting, she says, not looking at me but still keeping an eye out. Ozzy came back an hour ago and set the fire up with our help. We have 3 tents set up in the cave around the fire. Ozzy offered to swap with Evie, but she didn't want to and told him to sleep in case we need another portal. It's clear something bad happened between them, though they clearly still have feelings for each other. Or at least Ozzy does. I'm not sure about Evie. She turns to look at me, her bright blue eyes reflecting the light from the fire in the cave, and it makes her look so very innocent and stunning. She may be stunning, but we all know innocent isn't a word that can be used to describe her. She has let her hair down, and it frames her face. The dark blue is stunning, so natural and like it was always meant to be that color. I needed some fresh air, I tell her, pulling out my own protein bar from my coat and opening it. I bite down on the chewy crap, hating the fake plastic taste. These are crap. Evie voices my thoughts on the bar, scrunching her face up and putting the bar down after she chews a bit. Crap is a nice word for it, I say. How does your arm feel? She asks, not exactly concerned, but more curious. Better. I'm alive, and I owe you for it, I respond, keeping my eyes locked on hers. I will pay her back for the debt one day. I will never forget what she did for me. Can I sit? Connor asks from behind me. His question is clearly for Evie more than it was for me, judging from the way he stares at her. I don't own hell. You can sit wherever you like, Connor, she replies, and he chuckles, going to her other side and sitting down. You both should be sleeping, she comments. If you keep telling me to go to bed, love, I might start getting excited that you're going to join me, I tease her, watching how she turns to look at me with a small grin. You're such a flirt, Nyx, she says with a low chuckle and looks back into the cave. Is Ozzy really your ex? Connor blurts out, his gaze following to where she is looking. Her whole face tightens with her fists as she looks back at the entrance. Yes, she replies dryly. You really dated a demon? A demon overlord? Connor asks in shock. Evie laughs, shaking her head. Demons aren't all that different from humans and protectors, she tells us. I've lost count of how many demons I have killed, how many I've sent back to hell on missions. Demons aren't all roses and sunshine, that's for sure. I'm sure Ozzy has done his fair share of evil things. You know he is an overlord? Do protectors even know much about overlords? She asks us. We know there are 10 overlords, all brothers, all very powerful, and that our old king killed one over 300 years ago, I tell her, and she nods her head. Ozzy said his brother deserved to die, that his sin was controlling him and making him evil, though I still wouldn't bring up his brother again, she suggests. Sin? I ask. Each brother has a sin that makes them an overlord. Think of the 7 deadly sins and you get a rough idea, she shrugs. What is Ozzy's? I ask. Not my secret to tell, she replies quickly, with a little smirk on her soft, pretty, heart-shaped lips. You protect him, even though he clearly hurt you. What happened? I ask. Why should I tell you? She sharply questions in return. We are likely to die down here, so anything you tell us will be kept secret, Connor says, making her laugh. I've seen you all fight. You might not die down here, she says. That was almost a compliment. She might be starting to like us after all. Then we will keep our mouths shut so the big, bad, deadly assassin doesn't come after us, I tease her, and she laughs, but it dies off. We are silent for a while before she starts speaking. Ozzy saved me from hell when I was 18. I fell in there by accident when I was fighting a protector. I think he was trying to send me here anyway, she says, clearing her throat as my fists tighten in anger for her. A protector came after a child? Why the hell would they do that? Ozzy and I hit it off instantly, and I fell for him. I was young and stupid, and he was hot, knowledgeable, and, well, off limits, being a demon overlord and all. I have always liked the dangerous shit in life. He was just different from anyone I had met. I trusted him. She stops, anger burning over her eyes. So what happened to make you hate him like you do now? Connor asks gently. I walked into our apartment, seeing him with a half-naked demon girl standing between his legs as he sat on a chair. I opened a portal to hell and made sure they both went into it. I haven't talked to him until the club the other day, she tells us. Then he is a fucking idiot, Blue. If he had you, he had something he never should have thrown away, Connor tells her, and she laughs. I know, and he knows that now. I'm sure when he came back to his apartment to see all his designer clothes cut up and all his expensive shit destroyed, he realized his mistake, she says, and I laugh. I'll bet that annoyed him, Connor laughs. It did, but I was more bothered about other things at the time. V also stole my lucky cat statue, which I want back, by the way. Can we talk, V? Ozzy asks from behind us, and Evie stands up. Stop calling me V, and you're never getting your cat statue back, she snaps, and walks around him as his glowing red eyes fill the cave with light. I'm going to nap. We all watch her walk away until she disappears inside the cave. Don't even think about touching her, she is mine, Ozzy states, placing his hands on his hips. I laugh as I stand up, walking over so we are eye to eye. She sent you to hell, which you deserved. You don't stand a chance, and she fucking isn't yours. She is a protector, I tell him, watching him slowly begin to lose his temper. Connor places his hand on my shoulder, pulling me away. Evie doesn't belong to anyone, not the protectors and not the demons. I can tell that from just knowing her a few days, Connor tells us both. This alpha macho shit won't get you back in her good graces, Ozzy, he tells Ozzy, and then walks away from us both. I'm watching. Go and sleep, Connor tells me. I pull my eyes away from Ozzy's, walking around him. I'm surprised when he doesn't say a word to me, but maybe he can't because he knows Connor's right. Evie isn't anyone's. But I like her, and I'm damn well going to try to make her notice me. Evie is worth pissing off a demon for.
Chapter 16. Evie.
Is that bacon?
Connor asks, groggily waking up from his nap, and his tired eyes meet mine. He looks like a cute lion teddy in the morning, with his messy gold hair, and his gold eyes look brighter somehow. I clear my throat, looking back at my pan as I cook the bacon. Yes, my bacon, I explain to him tartly. I look around at Ozzy and Nyx talking by the door, and to Trex, who is resting his back against a wall watching me like a hawk. He acts like I'm about to try and stab him or something. I mean, it's not a move far from my mind because he is an ass, but I care more about my bacon at the moment.
She doesn't share bacon, man. She would most likely stab you for even attempting to touch it.
Ozzy warns Connor, who chuckles. I hate to admit it, but he is right. I don't share bacon. Not with anyone. I say seriously, and Connor grins, standing up. I watch as he stretches, his arms lifting above his head and raising his shirt to show off his flat, toned stomach. My eyes can't help but follow the trail of golden hair that leads from his stomach and into his trousers. I wonder if the carpet matches the drapes. I pull my eyes away from Connor to see Ozzy glaring at me, his eyes drifting between me and Connor.
Connor, We need to have a look around, see if we can spot an entrance to the mountains. Come with Nix and me. Evie and Trex can stay here and keep watch.
Ozzy demands, picking up his sword and walking out of the cave. Connor laughs, clearly picking up on Ozzy's jealousy as he leans closer to me.
See you in a bit, Blue.
He twirls a bit of my blue hair around his finger, making me wonder if he is an idiot or perhaps he's just a brave idiot. Connor then grabs his sword and cloak, shooting me a smirk and wink before walking out. There's an awkward silence as I finish cooking my bacon. I savor it, eating the bacon slowly, before I clean my pot and put it back in my bag. Why do I have the feeling you are going to try and attack me, Trexie? I ask him, knowing he is thinking about it. The way he has been watching me and the dagger hidden in his right hand tells me all I need to know.
What the fuck did you just call me?
He growls. Trexie. It suits you, I think. I chuckle, standing up as he does. We walk in sync with each other in circles. At least he isn't pretending he doesn't want to kill me. Trying to kill me now is your best option. The others will be back soon, and they won't let you attempt it, I say, wanting to get this over with. He does exactly what I thought he would, and runs straight at me. I dive under his dagger-holding arm, grabbing his wrist and twisting. He drops the dagger and I grab it quickly, kicking his back to make him stumble. He turns around, glaring at me. Is that what they teach you at Protector School? If so, no wonder you guys are so easy to kill. I say honestly, and he runs at me again. I chuckle, running as well and diving onto the floor, skidding across and grabbing his leg, bringing him to the floor. He grabs me, trying to pull me to him, and I let him for a second before kicking his face with my boot and jumping on him, pressing the dagger to his throat. He watches me carefully with his dirt-smothered face and his green eyes that are far prettier up close. He is more gorgeous than I thought now that I'm closer to him. Shame about the whole hating me and being engaged thing. Why the fuck do you hate me so much, Trex? I ask him, honestly wanting to know why.
You killed my uncle. I was 11 when they dragged his body to our home. He was my uncle and you murdered him, he growls. I was and still am hunted. I've never had another option. It's kill or be killed. Think about it. We aren't all that different in age. I was obviously only a child myself when your uncle tried to kill me. You know what's worse? I don't even remember him. Just another protector that came after me. I don't like to kill, but I had and still have no choice. I tell him. You do like to kill. It's who you are. I can see it in your cold eyes.
He chuckles darkly.
You don't know a thing, Trexie.
I bite back, holding the dagger closer, trying to resist the urge to kill the bastard and prove him right.
Go on, do it. Be the assassin, the killer we all know you are.
Trex taunts me. I move my legs closer around his waist and lean down, pressing my lips close to his but not quite close enough to touch. His whole body goes tense as his eyes burn with anger. That's the funny thing, though. You don't know a thing about me, I reply sweetly.
I know you kill anyone that gets in your way, and I know your name is whispered in fear by every protector,
he spits out, and I lean back with a dramatic sigh. Then you don't know me at all. I never kill anyone that hasn't tried to kill me first. Maybe you should get your facts straight before trying to attack me again, Trex. I say with a smirk, as his eyes widen in disbelief. Of course, he would never believe that his precious, stuck-up race would send their soldiers to kill me. I chuckle, moving the dagger away and climbing off of him as I hear footsteps. Connor walks in, covered in black slime, and stops in his tracks as he stares at us. Even covered in disgusting-smelling crap, he looks hotter than he should.
We have a big fucking problem, so stop flirting and get the hell outside to help,
he shouts, and then walks straight back out. I run and grab my weapons and my bow before running out of the cave. The sight that greets me stops me in my tracks. Ozzy, Connor, and Nyx fighting with massive, green, disgusting-looking creatures. They are dripping with black slime-looking stuff. The only part of them describable is their black eyes and long mouths full of spikes instead of teeth.
What the hell are those?
Trex asks in shock. Get back! I shout at the guys as I pull my sleeve up and call my blue rune. Once Connor, Ozzy, and Nyx are at my side, I make a wall of holy fire, which burns out when the creatures run at it. Ozzy, have you ever seen anything like that? I ask him in shock, and he shakes his head, running his hands through his hair.
No, but I don't want to stick around to make more explode. They stink,
Ozzy says, and I just now notice that all of them are covered in the green slime. And they stink.
I've found a trail. This way.
Nyx points to our right to a small path through the caves that leads up the mountains by the looks of it. Brilliant. Let's go, I say, looking back at the creatures once more before returning to the cave, packing up, and then hitting the trail. Chapter 17. Evie.
We are getting close to the gate for the next level,
Ozzy tells us as we continue to climb. I stop, needing a break like everyone else seems to as I look back at them. We have been climbing straight uphill for over 5 hours, with the freezing cold wind and harsh snow. Every part of me is freezing, and thank God for the thermal gloves I am wearing, or I'm sure I would have lost my fingers already. Time for a drink, I say, holding my hand up so they all stop. I lean against a slab of rock, pulling my drink bottle out of my bag, only to see that it's frozen solid. Fuck, I mutter, struggling to even get the bottle's lid off. 2 hands cover mine on the bottle, gently warming up slowly. Ozzy doesn't say a word as he defrosts the bottle and steps away. Thanks. I nod at him, and he smiles in response, almost sadly.
Dude, I could use some help with that trick,
Connor says, and Ozzy just scowls at him, walking away a little.
Asshole.
I drink half my water with a smile and then walk over to Connor, handing him my bottle.
That's yours,
he insists, and I push it at him. I don't need any more, I say, and walk back to my spot, leaning against the slab of rock. I quickly scarf down a breakfast bar out of my bag and wait for the others before we start walking again. The end of the path finally comes into view, revealing a massive cavern.
The gate!
Ozzy shouts, but his voice is lost in the wind. I pause when a burning scent hits me, and I hold my hand up to make the others stop as I slide a dagger out of my belt.
What?
Connor asks, and I look back at them for a second, placing my finger on my lips. I've only smelt that kind of burning once, and if one of those demons is around, we are in deep shit. I keep my footsteps as silent and light as I can as I run to the edge of the path, hiding behind the rocks. The others do the same, staying close to the rocks as I edge my head around. Peering around the rock, I see the very type of demon I never wanted to see again, along with 2 of its friends, standing at the cave entrance, just hidden from view by the rocks. Gragnog demons. Gragnog demons have bodies similar to ours, but they are constantly on fire, and their hands are 2 long, sharp bones instead of hands. They have 1 eye on their head and a mouth full of sharp teeth, but their appearance isn't the worst thing about them. They feed on burning humans mainly. 1 touch of their fire against your skin makes you feel like you're dying, and it makes them feel like they've had an energy drink. Shit, I whisper as I lean back and look at the others.
What?
Ozzy demands. Gragnog demons. 1 adult and 2 teen ones by the looks of them. They are waiting, most likely for us. I snap out, glaring at the protectors because this is clearly all their fault.
"We will have to go around,"
Nix states.
"We don't have time for that. We need to get to the next layer, not travel around the fucking mountain. It's 3 against 5. We can do this,"
Trex says, and steps out before I can grab him. "You are a complete fucking idiot," I hiss, as the demons turn to us.
"Maybe,"
he grins.
"Let's see how deadly the legendary assassin is, huh?"
I don't have time to reply to the idiot as the demons run at us, and I throw my dagger straight at the biggest one. He has his eye locked on me as the dagger hits his chest, and it doesn't even seem to faze him. One of the younger ones goes for Connor and Trex, and Nix is left with the other. I go to fight the big demon when Ozzy jumps in front of me.
"New plan! Get in the cave and dive into the water!"
Ozzy shouts, grabbing one of the demons and holding him in the air. Ozzy somehow manages to keep control of the older one by holding the demon's sharp hands behind his back. I run to the younger demon fighting Nix, burning his chest as he pushes him against a rock with one of his dagger arms. I lean around the demon, grabbing Nix's fallen sword from the ground. I grab the demon's shoulder, ignoring the heat burning my gloves. I hastily swing the sword hard across his neck, cutting off its head, and it falls to the ground with a bounce. Gross.
"Nihil!"
The demon Ozzy is holding screams as his friend dies. I lock eyes with Ozzy while the demon continues its struggle to get free.
"Run! I will portal to find you!"
Ozzy demands, and I turn around, grabbing Nix's arm and pulling him towards the cave entrance. I see Connor and Trex finish off their demon before running after us. The cave entrance is tiny, with a ledge that overlooks a very fast-paced and deep-looking river. The river has a waterfall at the other end. It appears to be a large one by the looks of it. "Fuck it," I grumble, running to the ledge and jumping off the cliff into the freezing cold water. Chapter 18. Evie. I gasp for air as my head bursts out of the water and into the cold air that feels like it burns my lungs. The river pulls me too fast down it, way too fast for me to be able to swim or control where I'm going. The current pushes me around as I try to look for anything to grab onto. My head goes under again with the strength of the current, and I try to move my arms to get my head above the water again when my arm hits something, cutting me, and I feel pain reel through my arm as I feel a snap. I struggle in the river, more water filling my lungs as I try to swim up. An arm hooks around my waist suddenly, pulling me up, and I gasp again, finally able to suck in air.
"Hold on to me, love. I got you,"
Nick's voice says next to my ear, his warm breath relaxing me. I turn in his arms, seeing a yellow vest jacket that is full of air on his chest, holding him above the water. I wrap my legs around his waist and use my hands to grip on his bag straps on his shoulders as the river rushes us towards the waterfall. My arm stings with the pain from the movement, but I don't have time to think about it as I stare at him. There isn't anything to grab hold of or anyone around us either. Where are Trex and Connor? "Thanks," I mumble to him, and he rests his forehead against mine. I give him a confused look, which he only grins at as water splashes against us.
"We are about to fall off a waterfall and likely die. I want to hold the hottest girl in the world before that happens. It'll give me a good memory to die with,"
he explains with a cheeky grin. "Charmer," I mutter with a laugh, and then I lean forward, pressing my lips to his cold ones. He groans, kissing me back fervently. The kiss seems like a goodbye, a sweet, seductive one, and he moves away only seconds before we fall off the edge of the waterfall. I have to let go, only seeing his green eyes blaze as he reaches for me. But the water takes me instead. Coughing as I come to, I slowly blink my eyes open and try to get my bearings. I can see nothing but the top of a cave, which has gaps that light the interior, and only hear rushing water in the distance. I can feel I'm lying on little wet rocks. The gravel sticks to my fingers as I sit up. I cry out when I put weight on my left arm to push myself up, and remember hurting it in the river. I look around, seeing the waterfall and nothing other than the beach I am on. Where are the protectors?
Are you hurt?
Trex's gruff voice comes from behind me, and I turn around to see him picking himself up off the ground. I spot Connor on the ground near us, but Trex spots him too and goes over to wake him. I'm fine. Nothing I can't heal myself, I reply, slowly pulling up my sleeve to show my white rune.
Good. Get on with it. I'm going to wake Connor up and find Nix. He can't be far.
Trex tells me firmly. I don't argue with him, knowing I need to fix my arm to be able to fight and get us to the gate. I call my rune, feeling the power slam into my arm, slowly healing it. My wrist snaps back into place and I bite back a scream.
Blue, shit, I wish I had my rune powers to do that for you,
Connor says, hurriedly coming to my side. I give him a tight smile of appreciation as I finish healing my arm. Cutting off my power, I fall back on my butt, completely worn out as Connor offers me a hand once I get my breath back, and I get up, looking around. I can see the yellow light of the gate behind us, just beyond these rocks, and the small stream of water that flows towards it. We need to follow the stream and get to the gate. I point at it with my newly mended arm, and Connor looks at where I'm pointing.
I think we should dry off first and take a break,
Connor replies, giving me a worried look like he thinks I need to rest like I'm a weak girl or something. No, I want to get to the next level. There have been way too many things looking and waiting for us on this level of hell. I'm ready to leave. I tell him firmly.
It's a good plan,
Trex says from my right, and I frown at him as he walks over with Nix at his side. You're agreeing with me? Seriously? I say with a laugh that surprises even me.
Don't count on it happening often. But this time, yes,
he says as he crosses his arms. Nix pushes his hair off his face, revealing the long cut on his cheek that is still bleeding. Grab the bags and weapons. I'm going to heal Nix's face, I tell them, and they nod, doing as I ask. Nix smirks as I place my hand on his face, covering the cut.
You just wanted to touch me again, didn't you?
Nix asks, and I shake my head. Shut up and stay still, I mutter to him with a small smile, and call my white rune by simply closing my eyes this time. I don't need to touch it. I still have some of the power connected to me.
I made you smile. That's enough for me, love,
he states, and I open my eyes to see him staring down at me with a smile of his own. He has a really sexy smile, too, and the memory of his lips on mine makes me want to test kissing him again. Your cheek is healed, I say, clearing my throat and stepping back. I look over at Trex and Connor talking quietly, and then over to the stream of water. We are ready, I say.
What about the demon?
Trex asks. Ozzy will portal to the gate. He knows that's where we will be heading, I tell them, and walk ahead, knowing they will follow. I walk along the stream quietly for a while, drinking some of the water from my bag and eating another breakfast bar and some crisps from my bag. Unfortunately, only one bag of crisps survived the journey. The rest are too wet to eat. Trex catches up to me, walking by my side while the others stay behind us. I shoot him a questioning look.
I'm sorry,
Trex bites out, looking like it was difficult for him to say. What for? I ask.
For not listening to you and running out to those demons. It was stupid, and my mother taught me to say sorry for doing stupid shit. So here I am.
He admits with a shrug. And it's the first time that I don't find Trex to be a total asshole. Color me shocked. Apology accepted. I expect you back to your dickhead self any time now, I say, making him laugh. He has one of those deep, sexy chuckles that could get any girl into bed, and I find that I want to hear it more.
Sure.
What are the princesses like, then? What's your fiancé like? I ask, curious about who we are going after. Plus, I need to remind myself that he is going to be married.
They are triplets. Emily, Esther, and my fiancée Erica.
He explains, walking around a large rock as I go the other way and we meet back on the other side.
Erica has black hair, blue eyes, and she is sweet. Like her sisters are, too. That's why we have a trial coming up to decide a new queen. It's a fair way to choose a queen without just choosing the eldest, like most do. Their mother died while we were under attack by demons, and our king died a few years later because of a great injury he got when he defended the children from another attack.
So there are no other royals? I ask.
They are all we have left of the royal family, and we need them. Every race has its strongest, and the royals are the strongest of our blood.
Wait, did you just describe your fiancé as sweet? I ask, taking in all of his history lesson. Of all the words I expected him to call his fiancée, sweet wasn't it. I notice how he talks about the royal family's past, rather than saying nice things about the woman he is meant to be in love with.
Yes, sweet,
he replies.
Why? What's wrong with sweet?
I just don't think sweet would be your type, that's all. I shrug.
What do you think my type is then?
He asks. Not sweet, that's for sure, I say with a slight chuckle, and pause, seeing the gate and Ozzy a few feet in front of us. He walks over, and when he gets closer, I start to see that he doesn't look happy. What's wrong? I ask, walking to his side.
Come and see for yourself.
He nods his head behind him, and I run up the little hill, then abruptly stop. Crap, I mutter, seeing the massive gap between us and the gate on the other side. There is a rock in the middle which I think I could jump to, and the wooden bridge is hanging down the side of it. There's a river underneath, and parts of the cliff are falling into it. Someone definitely doesn't want us following them to hell, that's for sure.
I found a bridge across about 3 miles that way, but I can't portal for a bit. I've used up too much energy.
He points to the left as he explains. 3 miles? That will take ages.
I'm going to tell the others,
Ozzy says, and walks over to Trex and Nix, who are sitting near the stream, sifting through their bags. Connor comes to my side, and something in his eyes makes me think he knows I'm going to do something a little bit insane. Want to do something crazy? I ask Connor, who frowns at me as I keep an eye on the others.
Like what?
He inquires. Jumping onto that rock, and then to the other side. I whisper, and he shakes his head. He's not quick enough to stop me as I run and jump, slamming into the edge of the rock and using what's left of the wooden bridge to pull myself up. Now or never, Connor! I shout, seeing Ozzy and the others looking around and spotting where I am. Connor shakes his head, stepping back for a running start before leaping at the last second. He lands pretty much in the same space I did. I grab his hand, pulling him up as the others get to the edge of the cliff and see what we have done. I ignore them and look over at the other side of the cliff right by the gate.
Don't do it, V! I swear to the damn devil I will spank your ass if you do!
Ozzy shouts at me from the other side. Ignoring him, I unclip my daggers from my belt and hold them at my sides. If anything, the idea of him trying to spank me just makes me want to jump more.
Connor, fucking stop her!
Trex shouts from where he is standing next to Ozzy, and I look up at Connor. He is dripping with water like me, but it sticks to his leather outfit, making his gold hair stick around his face. His gold eyes are ablaze with mischief as he grins at me. Let's have some fun. I wink at him and he laughs, lifting his 2 daggers in the air and twirling them.
Ladies first.
He waves a hand towards the massive cliff that is crumbling before us, but it's the only way to get where we want to go quickly. I'm no lady, I laugh, but rush forward. I run fast towards the cliff and jump, lifting my hands, gripping the daggers in the air and slamming them into the soft rock wall. I slide down a bit but manage to save it. Well, save myself. "You are both fucking crazy!" I hear Trex shout, just as Connor lands next to me. "All the best people are. Good luck on the long way around, boys," I shout back and pull one of my daggers out, lifting it up and slamming it into the soft rock above my head, and continue like that, pulling myself up. I think I like being crazy. Chapter 19. Evie. I wave once more at the guys, seeing their annoyance but fortunately not able to hear what they are shouting at us. Connor nods his head towards the gate, making me look away from the guys. The gate is literally a huge gold door that glows. There is a line of souls being led into it like they can't go anywhere else, because it is said there's a draw to this layer of hell for souls like them. They hear a song or something. The souls that are not meant to be in hell for long have to come here. They will be reborn, which is lucky for them. I doubt my soul will be. We can join the line. No one controls this gate, or protects it like the next one, I tell him. We walk the few steps to the line, slipping in between a gap and walking towards the door. The soul in front of me is an old lady in a long nightdress, and her shiny hair is down. She looks so peaceful as she glides along, not even noticing me behind her. Who protects the next gate? Or do I not want to know? Connor whispers as we walk. The 3 guard dogs of hell. They aren't dogs, but they can turn themselves into massive creatures that look like dogs, I explain. I haven't met them myself, though. I only know what Ozzy has told me. He said they are immortal and bound to the gate, knowing they will die if they try to leave the gate unprotected. He also said they are assholes with appealing faces, and that the appeal was that he wanted to punch them every time they opened their mouths. How are we meant to get past them exactly? Connor asks, and I glance at him, expecting to see fear, but he just looks curious. Basically by having Ozzy with us. They are forbidden from stopping him along with anyone he wishes from going into the 3rd layer. I explain what I've heard. It's not like anyone asks to go down to hell anyway, so I doubt the guard dogs will stop us. Why? Connor asks. It's his home. Ozzy said he and his brothers were born there, I say quietly. And we finally get to the gate before Connor can ask any more questions. The soul in front of me walks straight into the gold wall like it's not there, disappearing on the other side. I step through, feeling as if a warm breeze hit me, and smile as I open my eyes to the 2nd layer of hell. It's a desert, the snow quickly changing to the open sands. There is a large pyramid in the center of this layer. The gold tip of the pyramid is shining in the sun. The vast distance between us and the pyramid clues me into the fact that's where the next gate is. I look around, seeing nothing else for ages. I know it's getting dark, and we need to find somewhere to hide before we try to make it to the next gate in the morning. This place is not what I was expecting, Connor says behind me, and he holds his hand over his eyes as he looks around. We need to find shelter for the night. It should be somewhere the others can find us, I say, and Connor puts his hand on my shoulder, turning me around. That looks good. He points at a small section of rocks. One of them is big enough to have a ledge that casts a shadow, and we can use it for a shelter for the night. Let's go, I say, walking over to the rocks. I keep an eye out, but there would only be demons here, and most will be near the pyramid. I doubt they will bother us. Souls can't be in here. They disappear once they go through the gate. We get to the rocks and I quickly look around to make sure we are safe before relaxing. The blue hair suits you, even wet, Connor randomly comments, making me turn to him. What is with you and my hair? It just makes you so very beautiful, he tells me, making my heart pound. I don't reply, dropping my bags instead and pulling off my cloak and jacket. I'm left in just a vest shirt that is see-through and my leggings. When I turn back to Connor, my mouth goes dry as I trace my eyes over his muscular, toned chest and the rune name I can see written over his heart. I move my eyes up to his, and I see him staring at me with just as much desire as his eyes sweep down my body. I saunter over, watching him for any hesitance, but he doesn't move away, seemingly frozen to the spot. His rune name just looks like foreign symbols to me, all different marks that make no sense. I place my hand on his chest and lightly begin tracing them with my finger, making his breath hitch. I should push you away, he whispers, as I lock my eyes with his. I smirk, tilting my head up so our lips are inches apart. You should, but you won't. It will feel so much better because you know it's not allowed. I tease him, brushing my lips against his. He loses control quickly, grabbing my hips and pulling me into his arms as he harshly kisses me. I didn't expect his kiss to be quite like this. Demanding, harsh, controlling, and utterly amazing. It's always the quiet ones you should watch out for. He walks me backward, pushing my back against the rock wall and only breaking away from my lips to kiss down my neck. I open my eyes for only a second and see red ones glaring at me from a few feet away. I don't stop Connor as he sucks on my neck. In fact, I urge him on a bit. Ozzy's eyes glow as he storms towards us and then he grabs Connor, sending him flying away from me into the sand. You are mine, Ozzy growls possessively, stepping into my space and grabbing my arms, pinning them above my head. I could fight him off, but I don't when I realize how close he is to losing control. Like fuck I am. You're a cheating bastard, I seethe, not scared of him one bit. You never let me explain. You just walked away, you left, he growls right back. I don't need an explanation. I know what I saw, I shout back. You don't know fuck. The woman you walked into the room and saw between my legs was sent as a present from my brother. She didn't even know she was in my apartment when I walked in and sat down. She practically ran to me as the door was unlocked, and from there everything happened so fast. He tells me, and I don't breathe as I think it through. Could that have happened? I was so angry, so upset that I didn't give him or her a chance to say anything to me before I called a portal to hell. You know what I think? You wanted a reason to run. You can't handle the chance that someone is actually on your side, that someone cares about you and that you're not alone anymore. You really expect me to believe that? I eventually say, but my voice comes out in a hoarse whisper because I don't want to admit that I might have been wrong. And I hate just how accurate he probably is in his assessment of me. I do run from anyone that gets too close to me. They usually leave or die anyway. I've had 25 years of experience with people doing that, starting off with my parents who left me. I keep my eyes locked on his, filled with more emotion than I ever wanted to show this demon. I have never lied to you. Never, V. He says firmly, before he finally lets me go, stepping away as Connor runs over to us. I spot Trex and Nyx walking over the sandhill in the distance, and I know I need to focus on the mission. I have to get the princesses back so Haley is safe. Nothing else matters. I can't deal with this, not here and not now. I can only think of Haley. She needs me, I tell him, trying to clear my head of everything going on between us for now. I hate the fact he can scare me so easily by being truthful.
I know. That's why I'm not pressing you. But don't push me,
he warns.
Everything okay, Evie?
Connor asks as he moves closer, wiping sand out of his hair and keeping his eyes on Ozzy the whole time. Yeah, everything is fine. Ozzy got the stupid notion that I belong to him somehow when I don't. I don't belong to anyone, and I can do as I damn well please, I say forcefully, moving away from them all and going to my bag. I look over my shoulder once at Ozzy, seeing him and Connor watching me as they talk quietly. I shake my head as I look back at my bag. I can't trust him. I can't believe him. And I can't risk thinking about my ex while I'm literally in hell. Chapter 20. Evie.
I see something. Everyone get up,
Nick says from his position as lookout at the front of the rock. I sit up quickly, grabbing a dagger and running to his side. I look to where he is pointing and blow out a sigh of relief as I hold my hand up to pause the others. They are traitors. Nothing that will bother us, I say loud enough that the others can hear me. Traitors are demons who literally do what their name suggests. They trade. A few years back, a bunch of them decided to try kidnapping humans and trading them to demons here as a new business venture. They were all killed by protectors, who even had the help of some demons who thought they had gone too far. I'm surprised to even see any traitor demons alive anymore. These traitors must have hidden when everyone went after them. They look like they are trading junk, though, and a lot of it. I look at them when they get closer, noticing they are not good-looking demons at all. They have green skin covered in bumps, with large, round stomachs, beady eyes, and long green cloaks on. There are two of them pulling what looks like a couple of stolen supermarket trolleys behind them that are overflowing with junk. How they are even getting those carts to move in that sand is beyond me.
Why are they coming this way?
Trex asks from just behind me, and I shrug. They will try to trade you things. It's what they do. They didn't always trade humans. That was just a few of their kind that were evil, and they were all killed because of the actions of a few. I'm sure you killed many of their families, I say, patting his arm as I walk past. He glares at me, not liking the truth. They are harmless and still people. Don't kill them, or I'll have to kill you myself.
Fine,
Trex growls, going back to the rock as I put my dagger back in my belt and go to my bag. Digging through my bag, I decide to take stock of my supplies. I have 4 breakfast bars, 3 protein bars, and some other random snacks left. I only have 2 bottles of water, which isn't the best reserve when we have a hot desert to cross, but it will have to do. I miss bacon already, and real meals, I groan, shoving everything back in the bag and doing it up. At least my bag is lighter now, and I don't have to carry any arrows. I lost them all in the river along with my bow. At least I still have my daggers. It's something.
I have bacon rasher crisps. I don't usually share them, but you look desperate,
Connor says, opening his bag and going through it as I move to his side. He pulls out the small packet of crisps and hands them to me. I smile as I take them, flashing back to memories of stealing them from shops as a kid. I used to steal these as a kid. There was this little corner shop just outside the Demon Underground. When I was starving and my friend couldn't get me food, these were the easiest and cheapest thing to steal, I tell Connor, though I don't really know why I even told him. I guess it's why I became obsessed with bacon.
I'm sorry you had a life like that,
he says. Don't be. I had a friend who was like a sister to me, and a roof over my head. There were demon and human children in far worse places than I was. I say, knowing from some of the things I saw I was one of the lucky ones. Kids typically don't last long on the streets without being sold or killed. I was so lucky to have a guardian in a way,
Who was your friend?
He asks. Haley's mom. And she died what seems like a long time ago. I tell him, looking away as he places his hand on my arm.
She would be proud of you for protecting her daughter. Maybe one day you can tell me about her? I would like to know more about her and you,
he says, moving his hand away, not pushing me into an answer. Maybe. Anyway, thanks for these, I say, practically inhaling the crisps the moment I open them. I look over to see Ozzy leaning against the wall, still glaring at me like he has been all night. Quickly glancing away, I notice Nix talking to the traders. I watch as he holds his hands up in the air, shaking his head, and I realize that they might not speak English, and he could probably use my help. I'm going to check on Nix, I tell Connor, standing up and putting the empty wrapper in my trouser pocket. Connor looks over at Nix and nods at me.
I don't understand you,
Nix is saying when I get closer, and the demons stop talking to him to look at me instead. Artis? Artis? The demon on the right repeats over and over, his eyes straying to the daggers on Nix's belt.
Non artis. Vos should relinquere,
I tell them, explaining that we don't want to trade. The one on the right nods, huffing as they begin to turn around.
Hearing you speak Latin is kinda sexy, love,
Nix whispers as the traders start walking away slowly. I hear a little meow and then I spot the cage in the back of their trolley, underneath some metal rubbish.
Is that a tiger?
Nix asks, leaning forward to look. Yeah, and only a baby by the looks of it. Shame it's down here. Animals like that need to be on Earth, and not trapped in hell, I say, feeling sorry for it, but there is nothing we can do. Nix looks at me, smiling widely, and then back at the traders.
Could we trade for it?
Nix asks, and before I can stop him, he shouts for the traders to come back.
I'm going to trade for it.
What the hell are you going to do with a small tiger where we are going, other than hope it doesn't bite us? I harshly whisper at Nix, who shrugs, pulling a gold dagger from his belt. The trader's eyes widen when they see the dagger, practically drooling with excitement.
The tiger for the dagger.
Nix holds it up, showing them what he means without having to speak Latin. The traders nod happily, watching Nix walk around them and lift the small metal cage out from beneath the rubbish. The tiger is a baby like we thought, about the size of a small child, and the cage is too small for her or him as it's squished inside. It has white fur and black lines around the fur on its face are the only pattern I can see. It's cute, I'll admit that, but this is still a bad idea. We are going to have a fight on our hands, and we are trying to rescue 3 princesses from the depths of hell. I guess 3 princesses and a tiger now. That sounds like a fairy tale waiting to be written. The traders quickly snatch the dagger from Nix, and one licks it before putting it in his cloak and walking away. Gross. Connor and Ozzy walk over, looking at the tiger in the cage, and Connor groans.
You bought a tiger. Are you fucking serious?
Connor asks.
Another thing to protect. Good job.
Ozzy sarcastically comments. But Nix doesn't care or even bother replying to them. I look back at the rocks to see Trex sitting on them watching us,
and he doesn't appear impressed. I almost want to shout that I had nothing to do with this, just so I don't have to hear his lecture. He is definitely going to have a lecture waiting.
Let's get you out, little girl, Nix coos, and puts the cage on the floor, opening the locked door.
Girl, how do you know?
Connor asks, as we watch the tiger come out of the cage, stepping on the sand cautiously and watching us all.
Just a guess, but she is too pretty to be a boy.
Nix shrugs. The tiger is looking directly at me as Nix talks, and suddenly she starts to run towards me, At the last second, she jumps, landing straight in my arms. She immediately starts licking my face. When I pull away, she starts to whine, so I hold her close again.
She likes you.
Connor chuckles as I try to get the tiger to stop licking my chin.
Can you blame her?
Nix grins, and I roll my eyes at him before I look down at her as she begins to settle. I notice she has a collar on when she turns her head to lie on my arm, and I spin it around until I see the tag. She must have had an owner. She has a tag. Her name is Star, apparently. I tell them, and they all step closer to inspect the tag. There isn't anything else on it other than the name. The collar looks expensive, though, with silver stars embedded into the black leather. Maybe I should catch up to them and find out where they stole her from, I say, looking around. But I can't see the traders anymore. They are long gone. Or maybe not.
They are likely dead, which means you will have to look after her,
Nix says, folding his arms.
Think of it as a present.
Nope. I don't do pets or cute animal sidekicks like heroes have in movies. I'm not the hero here, buddy, I say, making them all chuckle as I scowl at them. I try to put Star in Nix's arms, but she cries, crawling on my chest and scratching me. All right, fine, I say, glaring at the stupidly cute animal and walking back to the rocks. Trex just raises his eyebrows at me. Don't say a word. Not one word, I warn him, opening my bag and looking down at Star. I will carry you, but you have to go in the bag in case I need to fight. Do you understand? I ask, and then realize I'm talking to a tiger who can't answer me. I'm surprised when she doesn't fight me as I place her in my bag and do up the sides a little bit to hold her in. She puts her paws out, tilting her head as she looks up at me with a happy expression. I don't know how to explain that I know she is happy. She just looks it. I would let her walk, but the sand is deep, and we don't have any kind of lead. Here. Trex kneels down next to me, offering Star a stick of jerky. She jumps and snatches it out of his hand, lying down in the bag to chew it. Thanks, I say for Star. Didn't know you had a kind side.
I wouldn't want her to starve, that's all.
He grumbles at me and stands up, walking away to grab his bag. I lift my bag on my back, trying not to swear at how heavy Star makes it now. Let's go, I say, walking straight towards the pyramid with a purring, cute tiger as a new friend. Chapter 21. Evie.
Why do demons end up with so many blondes in hell?
Connor asks, and I raise my eyebrows at him. Not another bad joke. You really aren't going to make me laugh by telling me these. Hasn't the last half an hour taught you anything? I say, and he laughs.
Nope. The answer is because they're so hot. Get it?
He knocks my shoulder and I just shake my head at him.
Okay, what do I need to do to make you laugh then?
He asks me.
Nothing, I don't know, I mutter. I will find a joke that makes you laugh one day, Blue.
He grins, and it makes me smile.
No, he won't, but I'm not going to burst his bubble.
I look ahead as we walk over a sand dune, seeing the entrance to the pyramid. There are demons everywhere, walking around the small market outside the entrance. We will have to keep our heads down to get through them and hope no one important notices us. I hold my hand up, waiting for the others to catch up to me. They all stop, sliding their bags off and getting out their water for a drink. I do the same, reaching around Star, who is sleeping in the bag, snoring loudly. I gave her some water an hour ago, so I know she is all right. Cute little tiger. I drink my water, pouring some on my face to wash the sweat away before speaking. We are getting close, and we can expect there will be something waiting for us. Whoever took your princesses must know we killed and escaped their traps by now. Demons talk, I tell them. Trex picks his axe up, holding it on his shoulder.
We will be ready,
he says. Everyone be alert and keep your heads down. None of us look like demons other than Red Eyes over here. I point a finger at Ozzy.
I will walk ahead,
Ozzy says, and walks off before we can agree with him. I catch up, walking just behind him as we go down the sand dune and towards the stone path where there are a few demons dotted around.
How much do you trust these protectors?
Ozzy asks me quietly, never turning to look at me as he speaks. Not at all, I answer simply. They could betray me at any second.
I could take you out of here. We could get Haley back together,
he whispers. I look back at Connor, who is a few steps behind me, and then at Trex and Nyx. It wouldn't work, trust me. I have thought about killing them and getting out of here, but that risks Haley's life. I can't do that, I whisper back. We walk past a few demons talking quietly. Their eyes watch us with curiosity, but they don't move.
I don't like this. I feel like I'm missing something,
Ozzy says. Same. Can you do something for me? I ask. And he looks back at me for a brief second, nodding.
Anything for you, V.
He replies in a warm and affectionate tone. If anything happens, portal and find Haley. Keep her safe. She is everything. Okay?
For you, I promise. Nothing will happen to you, though,
he says darkly, and I believe him. I know he would do anything to save me, and if I'm honest with myself, I don't think I would let him die either. I move back next to Connor, letting Ozzy lead the way.
I have a question,
Trex says in a demanding tone, sliding into the gap between Connor and me. What? I ask.
How do we get out of the third layer of hell when we get the princesses back?
He asks.
The way we came, it's too dangerous to take them back that way.
I keep my head down as we enter the market. It's full of more demons than I thought. My hair covers my face well anyway, but there is too much chance of someone here recognizing me.
There is a way,
Ozzy answers, looking back.
I will not tell you how. It is a family secret. You will just have to trust me.
He speaks with a creepy grin that no one in their right mind would trust.
Guess I'll have to, demon,
he says. Well, clearly Trex is crazy.
Everyone gather around! We have a new sale!
I hear someone shout, and I look around to see where it's coming from. We keep walking and see the demons standing on top of a row of cages. Demons are all gathered around them, so I can't see what is in the cages from here. Auctions are banned. What are they selling? I ask Ozzy.
Leave it. It doesn't have anything to do with us, and we can't draw trouble to ourselves.
Ozzy warns me, giving me a look that tells me I should do as he says. Purely because of that look, I slip away from him and into the crowd. I hear him shout my name from behind as I pull myself through the crowd of demons and get to the front. Everything seems to go silent as I look at the demon children in the cages. They have rags on skinny frames, and most are hidden in the corners, scared. One cage is full of women, all stunning demons, but they don't look in the best condition. What the fuck? I mutter, looking up at the demon who is selling them, shouting prices into the crowd with a greedy look on his ugly face. He is greasy. That's literally the only way to describe him. He has red skin, spikes on his head that go down his arms, and expensive clothes on. I move my hand to my dagger, but Ozzy gets to my side, placing his hand over mine.
No. You do this, and we have to kill all of his bodyguards. Likely most of his crowd as well. And if we die, no one protects Haley.
He warns me. If I do nothing, I will never forgive myself. I was a child just like them, and left alone with no one to protect me. Haley's mother was the only one that did the right thing, and that's what she taught me to do. The right thing, I tell him, knocking his hand away and sliding my dagger out.
Then we are with you,
I hear Connor say from behind me. Trex gets his axe out, nodding at me, and Nix grins as he unclips his daggers. I look up at Ozzy, who shakes his head, but slowly removes his sword from its sheath.
Make your move, V. I'm here,
he says. I grin, lifting my dagger over my shoulder as I step in front of the crowd and fling it straight into the neck of the seller. His eyes widen as his gasps fill the air, and then screams from the crowd immediately follow as the 5 demon bodyguards run at us. I head straight for the biggest one in the middle, seeing how slow he is moving. He narrows his eyes at me as he lifts a purple sword into the air. I like that sword. I spin to the left at the last second and slice his sword-carrying arm with my dagger. He growls, switching the sword to his other hand and running at me again. I wait this time, allowing him to get close enough to swing the sword straight at my head. I quickly shift backwards, making him stumble past me on my right, and I spin around, throwing my dagger straight into his back, right where his heart is. The bodyguard screams, falling to the floor and dropping the sword. I look around to see Ozzy has already killed 2 of the bodyguards, and the protectors only have 2 left to kill. They can handle it. All the demons from the crowd have fled, clearly not wanting to be part of any hassle. Cowards. I walk over, pulling my dagger out of his now dead body, and wipe the blood on his top before putting it back. I pick the sword up, looking it over. The whole blade is made of a purple metal with silver tips, and it shines. There are symbols all down the one side. I'm keeping this.
Nice,
Connor comments with a whistle, getting to my side and looking down at the sword. It is, I reply, sliding my old sword out of the holder on my back and putting the new one in. My old sword was just silver, nothing special. It's mine now. I grin at him. I run, jumping on the cage and climbing up, pulling myself to the top. I kick the body of the seller over and grab the 5 keys off his belt. I climb back down, holding the keys out. Here, help me unlock the cages. I hand the guys a key each. Luckily, the cages and keys have numbers on them, making it easy to unlock them. I go to mine, number 1, and unlock the door. The child looks up, shaking her head of red hair with scared eyes. You're free. Do you understand? I ask, and she nods, standing up. I flinch at the small bruises on her shoulders that are visible, and wish I had made the seller's death longer, more painful. Come on, kid. I nod my head at the door and hold my hand out. I don't expect her to take my hand as she walks forward, but she does. Her cool hand slides into mine. Demons usually run hotter than normal, and yet she feels freezing. Let's find someone to look after you, I tell her, and she smiles up at me. Salvatore, she whispers. Savior. Chapter 22. Evie.
The women won't come out. They're too frightened,
Nick says, as I walk to his side, looking in the cage where he has opened the door. The women are huddled together in the corner, none of them looking our way as they cower and hide. I glance over to the other cages, seeing Trex and Connor walking 3 little children over to us. Trex is even making one of them smile, and it's not what I expected at all. Who knew he had a soft spot for kids? Ozzy is kneeling down in one of the cages, talking slowly to a little boy who doesn't seem to want to move. They likely don't speak English, I comment, glancing back at the women just as one of them looks up, and she stands up slowly. The woman's long red hair is dirty and is barely held back in a ponytail. There is dirt all over her face, but it doesn't take away from the strength in her green eyes or her tight-lipped expression. Her eyes widen when she looks at me, and then over to my side. "Karaisa?" the woman asks, looking at the little girl who is still holding my hand. She lets go, running to the woman who grabs her and holds her tight. Her eyes, full of tears, meet mine as she stands up, holding the little girl. "I speak English. At least some," she says slowly, though she's clearly struggling to think of the correct words. I start to speak to her in Latin, but decide that Nix might want to hear what she has to say. He helped save them, after all.
Is she your daughter?
Nix asks, and she nods, giving him a fearful look. They are all obviously scared of men, and I feel sorry for them. Hopefully, in time, they will forget being here. "It's okay. We mean you no harm. You are free. All of you," I say firmly, and she gives us a confused look as Connor, Ozzy, and Trex walk towards us. The children run into the cage and the women grab them when they are near, crying as they hold tight to their children. "Free," I repeat firmly. "Thank you. Can I have your name?" she asks. "Salvatore," Karaisa pipes up before I can answer, and her mum nods, repeating the name louder. All the women and children repeat it as they stand and walk out of the cage, each one bowing their heads at me. Karaisa and her mum are the last ones to come out, and she stops right in front of me. "We return to our husbands. We never forget, Salvatore," she tells me, and walks away. I look at my old sword on the ground, and I make a split-second decision. Quickly grabbing the sword, I run after the slaves. Karaisa pulls her mum's hair when she sees me, and her mum turns around, giving me a confused look. "This is yours. It will keep you safe. Or you can use it to trade," I say, pushing the sword into her spare hand. "We never forget," she says, and I know it's her way of saying thank you. I watch her turn and walk away until she has disappeared into the market of people that eye us warily.
Do you think they will be safe?
Connor asks as he gets to my side. The others come over as well, and I look up at Connor. I hope so, but at least we gave them a chance. Everyone deserves a chance, I say, and he places his hand on my arm for only a second.
"You're right,"
he whispers, and steps away.
"Time to go. I don't want to be on this level of hell when it gets dark,"
Trex tells us as he walks ahead, and we have no choice but to follow. "Ozzy, you should go in front," I say to him when he stays near my side.
"I know,"
is all he replies, but he stays right next to me. Nix and Connor walk behind us, and I keep flashing my eyes back to them, remembering how I've kissed them both, and we have been interrupted each time. I would like to not be interrupted at some point.
"You like them, the protectors,"
Ozzy comments, and I look back at him feigning ignorance. I don't have a clue.
"I like it,"
he interrupts me, and I laugh. "Seriously? Sharing was not something I had you down for," I say, still chuckling as his red eyes stare down at me. Not that sharing is even an option for us considering we aren't together.
"We will be together again, but I think you will be with them also. I see the way you look at them, and how they look back at you. At first, I wanted to cut their dicks off, but now, I believe they are good for you,"
he says, his eyes watching my own as I look up at him. I don't even want to touch the subject of him arrogantly thinking we will be back together. "Why do you think they are good for me?" I ask, curious.
"They bring out this side to you, a different side than the defensive V I've always known. You never let me in. Not ever, even if you tell yourself that you did. There has always been this wall. and I think you need more than one person to knock it down.
He says, I didn't put a wall up with you. I gave you what I could. I argue, but it's a weak argument and we both know it.
You can't even see the wall because it's been there since you were a baby. You don't know how to trust, how to fully love. Life for you has always been a fight, a struggle, and you never had someone fully at your side that you could trust.
He says, and I look away. I don't want to talk about this anymore, I say, stepping in front of him, and he doesn't stop me. We walk in silence up to the entrance of the pyramid, and Ozzy finally steps in front of us as we pass through the open stone door. The pyramid is empty inside, with sand floors and one spiral staircase that goes all the way up to the top. At the top is a gold light, but it's so bright that I can't see anything else up there.
The only way is up,
Ozzy says, as he walks to the staircase and starts climbing. I jog to catch up, and the others follow as we climb up the dusty, sand-covered steps. The steps are huge, causing me to have to lift my legs up high to make each step.
What were these steps built for, giants?
I mutter, making Ozzy laugh.
No. There used to be a royal family of hell, and it is said the very first queen of hell was a goddess. There are no royals around to tell us if that was true or not, though.
Ozzy tells us.
Royals of hell? Sounds like a terrible inheritance.
It takes ages to climb all the steps to the top, and I'm out of breath by the time we get to the clearing.
You should do more cardio. You clearly need it,
Trex comments.
You need the stick that is up your ass removed, but you don't hear me offering you advice,
I reply, as Trex glares down at me, going to step closer.
Enough,
Ozzy snaps, making me look away from Trex to see him waving a fire-covered hand over what looked like an empty circular space. The ward, or whatever it is, burns away with Ozzy's touch, and a bigger room appears. This one isn't empty. No. It has 5 doors and polished stone floors with fire in pots around the room. 4 of the doors are wooden, nothing special about them, and the one in the middle looks like it's made of solid glass. You can't see anything other than smoke through it. And if I had to guess what a door to heaven would look like, this would be it. Not the door to the deepest level of hell.
Ozzy, my man, what do we have here?
Chapter 23. Evie. I follow the deep voice of the man that spoke to see the door to the far right is open and a demon is leaning on the doorframe. He only has jeans on, with a cheeky grin on his attractive face and a mop of messy red hair. His black eyes look at us all before settling on me.
Ozzy, tut-tut-tut. You shouldn't bring a beauty such as her to a place like this,
he comments as he ambles over to me. But Ozzy places his hand on the redhead's chest, stopping him from coming too close.
Touch her and I will enjoy killing you, Cody,
Ozzy warns, and Cody laughs, pushing his hand away and walking over to the other doors. He bangs on them both before leaning on the wall in the middle of them.
Who have you let into hell recently? And were there 3 women with them?
Trex asks, stepping next to Ozzy. Cody's eyes go to Ozzy, who nods, and then back to Trex.
I will tell you what you want. For a price,
he replies, as the door on his right is opened and a demon who looks the mirror image of Cody steps out, narrowing his eyes on Ozzy.
The wayward overlord returns.
He looks at us.
With friends, it seems.
It's none of your business, Caleb, Ozzy snaps.
You're right, it's not. You and your brothers are playing with fire, and every single one of you will be burned for it,
Caleb replies dryly.
What does that mean?
Ozzy demands, and Caleb looks at Cody rather than answering.
Have my key and let them in. I want no part in this,
he says, as he pulls a necklace off and hands it to Cody before striding back to the door he came out of and slamming it behind him.
Sorry about that. My brother is a dick,
Cody explains. At least you know it. Let's hope he realizes it sometime soon, I say, and Cody laughs, standing up.
So, a price for the information? You want to make a deal, man?
Cody asks Trex, who looks at the smoky door and then back to Cody.
Yes. I will tell you some shit you are sure to find interesting if you promise to do anything I ask when I call on you. I'm not crazy, so it won't be killing anyone or any shit like that. But that is my offer,
Cody says, but I wouldn't trust him. He smiles like the creepy Cheshire cat from Alice in Wonderland when Trex offers his hand to shake on the deal, and Cody shakes it.
Done. I will keep my promise,
Trex assures him.
Oh, I know you will. You seem like one of those serious fucks that keeps your promises.
Cody grins.
What do you know? We don't have all day.
Nix interjects.
About a week ago, one of his brothers came through here with 3 women. All of them were tied up and had bags on their heads, so I couldn't see their faces.
He tells us, and I watch as Trex tightens his hands into fists and looks back at Connor and Nix.
Which brother?
Ozzy asks, and the seriousness on his face makes me a little concerned for a second.
Roth,
Cody says quietly.
Shit,
Ozzy replies, rubbing his face.
Cody, go find your other brother and give us a minute alone. Sure, no thanks for the advice or anything,
Cody grumbles, but walks over to the door he knocked on that no one came out of and opens it up, stepping inside and slamming it shut behind him.
Is Roth someone we should worry about?
Connor asks exactly what I was wondering.
I was hoping this had nothing to do with any of my brothers, but it looks like it does,
Ozzy admits, not looking happy about it.
Why would your brother steal the princesses?
Nix asks.
Roth has a thing for science, and it's not a good thing. He likes to create creatures, mix bloods, and in general mess with nature. When I saw those green creatures that came after us, I wondered if Roth could have sent them.
Ozzy admits.
His sin is curiosity.
Didn't your brother ever hear the human saying curiosity killed the cat? Because that would be a good lesson for him, I remark, but they all ignore me.
Then your brother has to die,
Trex coldly remarks.
I can deal with one of my brothers at a time, and possibly kill him. That's only if Roth hasn't gotten the help of any of my other brothers.
We need to get to them quickly then if your brother is going to be doing weird tests on them or something, I say.
Yes, we do,
Trex answers, and the door Cody left through opens at the end of his words. Cody walks out first, followed by his brother. His brother looks just like a slightly older version of Cody. He has a full red-haired beard that matches his trimmed hair and black eyes that watch us all for a brief second.
You want entry? You sure?
The bearded man asks in a deep voice.
Yes,
Ozzy says simply. No need for messing around.
Let's get this out of the way then,
Cody says, clapping his hands together and stepping up to the door. I watch as he gets the necklace his brother gave him out of his pocket and places the triangular metal symbol in a space on the door for it. It glows red as Cody's brother pulls a bracelet off his wrist, with a metal circle symbol in another gap, and it glows red too. Cody finally pulls a ring off his finger, and it has a square symbol on it. The moment it touches the space where Cody places it, it too glows red.
Patentibus,
Cody almost growls out, and presses his hand to the door. The glass just melts away into smoke, though the smoke still holds the shape of the door. Cody steps back, waving a hand at the door.
Time to go,
he says, and looks over at me, trailing his eyes over my body slowly.
Though you are always welcome back.
Ozzy whacks Cody on the head as he passes him and walks into the smoky door.
Ouch, dickhead! That's not how you say thank you,
Cody shouts, as Trex and Nix follow after Ozzy. Connor just waits, crossing his arms.
I'm not leaving him alone with you. Go on.
Connor states. Cody laughs.
Smart man.
Later, boys, I say, walking forward and stepping into the smoky door. The smoke smothers me for a few seconds, making me cough, before the third layer of hell appears. Watch out! Trex shouts, just as a dagger comes flying through the air towards me. Chapter 24. Evie. I fall to the ground, watching the dagger fly over my head and disappear into the smoky door behind me. I hope Connor is okay. I quickly jump up and look around, seeing Ozzy holding a demon in the air by his neck, and there isn't anyone else around. The dagger distracted me for a second, but now I can't help but look around. It is beautiful. There are fields and fields of green grass, and trees with large red apples hanging from them for as far as you can see. I spot a building in the far distance, and I can hear the sound of running water in the distance, too. This place reminds me of the Garden of Eden that I read about as a kid, where the first humans were said to have come from. I look up at the sky, seeing thousands of stars, which is impossible because there can't be stars down here. There are so many that it's bright enough to look like it's day. "Who threw the dagger? It missed me by an inch!" Connor exclaims as he comes through the portal, holding the dagger up in his hand.
He did.
Trex points at the man Ozzy is holding in the air. The man, well, demon, has red skin and hair and leather clothes. His cloak is on the floor, as are a range of weapons that Ozzy has clearly taken off him.
Why did you wait for Evie?
Ozzy demands, shaking the demon as we all walk over.
Send. Kill.
The demon coughs out. Ozzy grabs his head, snapping his neck, and lets the demon's body drop to the ground before anyone can ask anything else.
I don't get why he waited for you.
Ozzy growls.
If you hadn't killed him straight away, we might have been able to find out.
Connor replies sarcastically.
He wouldn't have talked. I could tell.
Ozzy shrugs. The demon clearly knew to take out the deadliest opponent first, I say, and each one of them turns to glare at me.
That is not the reason,
Nix states firmly, and the others nod. It is, and you all know it, I say with a wide smile, leaning down and taking off my bag. We might as well have a food break. It looks safe enough here. You've already killed the obvious danger. I don't wait for the guys to agree or not before putting my bag down and grinning at Star, who is still sleeping in the bag. You like to sleep a lot, huh? I ask. And she yawns as I pick her up and take her out of the bag. I pull my last water bottle out, drinking half, and then pouring the other half in the small box I kept my food in. She happily drinks away as Ozzy comes over, kneeling down next to us. Star watches him, almost narrowing her eyes at him, until I stroke her back and she goes back to drinking her water.
You like her?
So I like her, he tells me, as he places a small box full of broken-up jerky and what looks like bacon rasher crisps.
It's all we have that she might eat. But we can get real food when we are out of hell.
I look over to see the others watching, but they all quickly look away when I see them, making me smile. Thanks, I tell Ozzy, and he smiles at me before going back over to his bag. Spoiled already, I say to Star, stroking her head and sitting down next to her. I pull out what is left of my food and start to eat, watching the protectors and Ozzy. They all sit near me, occasionally looking in my direction. I have the feeling they are protecting me when I don't need it. I finish off my food, waiting for Star to finish hers before putting everything back in the bag as Star goes off for the toilet. I copy her idea, walking to a nearby tree and relieving myself. I walk back to the guys to see Star on Connor's lap, and he is doing something to her collar. What are you doing? I ask, stroking Star's head when she nudges my hand. Fussy tiger.
I found a rope in the demon's stuff, so I made a lead. It will be good for her to stretch her legs,
Connor says, lifting the thin rope he has tied to her collar and handing me the handle loop he has tied. Thanks. I'm sure Star will appreciate it, I say, walking away a little and encouraging Star to follow by gently pulling the rope. She jumps off Connor's lap after licking his face first and wanders over to my side. How are there stars here? I ask Ozzy as he tightens the straps on his bag and walks next to my side. Trex walks with Nyx just behind us, and Connor catches up, coming straight to my side with Star between us.
They aren't stars,
he says.
I've heard a rumor that the lights down here are the souls of angels,
Connor says, his words seeming to echo around us. Everyone knows angels don't exist anymore, I say, remembering the story Haley's mum told me once. Humans didn't always know demons or any supernaturals existed until an angel fell from heaven. Not just one angel, but 5. The angels were evil and started killing everything they could find, so the supernaturals and demons stood in front of the humans and defended them. Working together, they killed the angels, but thousands lost their lives. Angels were more powerful than anything. The laws for supernaturals and demons were introduced, and the protectors were the ones made to enforce those laws.
My oldest brother told me something once about the stars, and he is so old that it could possibly be true,
Ozzy says. Tell us then, Oz. I nudge his shoulder, and he looks up at the stars for a second.
He said once this place and heaven were so very close together that angels would come and spend many of their days living with demons. It all changed one day when an angel killed a demon, and a war erupted between them. Thousands of angels and demons were killed right where we stand. The stars were said to appear when an angel died here, and the darkness was the demons who were lost. My brother swore the sky was nothing other than blue before the war,
he says, almost sadly. That's a beautiful story, I say, looking up at the stars or lights or angels' souls. Whatever they are stunning.
My brother died shortly after telling me that because he lost his mind. He pretty much brought me up, and these stars remind me of him when he wasn't evil.
He tells us, and I look over, getting lost in his eyes for a second. You would think the redness of his eyes, the unnatural glow they always have, and the depth of them would be scary. But I can't look away. His eyes are so different, and they suit him. They are him.
Where are we heading then?
Connor asks, snapping me out of it. Ozzy lifts his hand, pointing at the white building in the far distance, right in the middle of a big, open grass field.
There. My home.
Chapter 25. Evie. We trek across the empty field, anxious and alert. Star is back in my bag and both of my daggers are in my hands. I don't trust the quiet and stillness of this place, or the lack of guards surrounding the lands. There should have been someone here to stop us. I glance at Trex, who has both of his axes in his hands and his eyes roam around us every few seconds. He doesn't trust this either. The house gradually comes into view, and it's less of a house and more of a stadium you'd expect to find in Greece. It's completely white, with dozens of pillars on the walls outside, and only one large door as an entrance. This is too easy, I say quietly. Nothing should be this simple here.
I know.
That's all Ozzy replies to me, and the others are silent. Connor looks over at me, pulling his sword out and stepping closer. I look to my right to see Nyx has done the same thing as Connor. All of us are on high alert now. We walk faster up to the door, and Ozzy walks in first, with us all following him inside the dusty room. What is that smell? I ask, holding my hand over my nose at the overwhelming smell of rot that fills the room.
I have a torch. 1 sec.
I hear Connor say, and hear him rifling around in his bag.
I'm sorry.
I hear Ozzy say, the regret and compassion clear in his voice. Connor flashes the light on and the sight of 2 bodies on the floor greet us. Connor's flashlight falls to the floor and I hear him stagger back, but I don't take my eyes off the dead women.
No,
Nix rasps out, his voice full of grief and horror. Ozzy throws a ball of fire up to the ceiling, lighting up the entire room after a brief silence. The women both have black hair, pretty faces, and long black cloaks on that cover all of their body except their faces and arms. Their arms are spread wide and burnt, but you can still see where their runes used to be. They stare up at the ceiling with dead, empty eyes. I know straight away that they are the princesses from the reactions I see on the protectors' faces when I finally turn to look at them. I stand still as Connor walks to the side of one of the women, kneeling down and closing her eyes with his fingers. Trax walks to the other woman's side, doing the same, and unclipping his cloak. He covers her face and bows his head, whispering some words. Connor covers the other woman as I look around at the wall, seeing the writing in blood on the wall. Come to me. The last one is where the sun touches hell. I read out loud. I feel Ozzy come to my side, looking at the message with me.
I know where that is. It's not far from here. We should go if we are to have a chance of saving the last princess,
he says, and Trex looks at us as we turn around.
No. We bury Emily and Esther. We can't take their bodies with us, but I will not leave them here in hell like this. We will have a fire built,
Trex demands, his angry eyes trained on me. I don't think he is angry at me, but he will direct his ire at us if we refuse. I can tell he needs to bury them before doing anything else.
That could take all day and well into the night, and the last...
Ozzy starts off. He will keep her alive. Roth is playing a game and wants us to come to him. He won't kill the last of his bait. I interrupt Ozzy, who looks at the protectors and then back to me with a long sigh.
I will go and get wood,
Ozzy finally concedes, walking out of the room without looking back.
I'm going as well,
Nix says, and steps close to Connor.
You should come too. We must bury our royals because they deserve that much.
Connor stands up silently and follows Nix and Ozzy out of the room. Trex and I are silent for a long time, and I only move to put my bag down near the corner of the room, looking in to see Star fast asleep inside. I don't want to wake her as she walked for at least 2 hours today and she must be tired. I turn when I hear Trex speak.
I grew up with Emily and Esther. They used to make me come to their tea parties in their treehouse, when all I wanted was to be fighting. When my parents were gone, Nix and I were sent to live with the royals. Erica didn't want us there, but Emily and Esther did. They were like sisters to me and Nix.
He stops, his voice turning into a growl.
And I failed to protect them.
You didn't fail. This isn't on you, Trex, I argue.
Does it take 2 of my friends being murdered to get you to be nice to me?
He asks, and I know he is changing the subject. He doesn't look at me as he speaks, but I imagine I could see the guilt in his eyes. I can certainly hear the guilt in his voice. I may not like you, but I know what it's like to blame yourself for your friend's death. I might as well have killed my guardian. My best friend. I admit, my voice echoing around the dusty room.
What happened?
He asks quietly. I only tell him because I think he needs the distraction.
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
Because even if he is an asshole, he shouldn't live with this guilt. When Haley was born, everyone wanted her dead straight away. She is a death-marked witch, after all. My friend, well, she wouldn't let her daughter die, so she ran away, and I helped her. It was 8 years later that my friend came to see me, like she did every year, and that was her fatal mistake. I told her not to come, but she wouldn't listen. The witches found her, and I had to watch, holding Haley as they drained her magic. They killed her slowly and painfully, and I couldn't stop it. I couldn't help her without risking Haley's life. I say, rushing the last of the words out. The only one that knows this is Haley, because she watched too. I couldn't make her look away, and she knew we couldn't move to help her mother. We were lucky to be outside, walking back from the pizza place with food when they attacked.
I am sorry,
he says, and I know he means it from the sincere tone of his voice. When they thought she was dead, they left, and I ran to her, holding her as she died. She begged me to help her, to finish her off because of the pain. It killed me to do as she asked, but I told Haley to turn around, and I did it. I couldn't let her suffer, but that has haunted me for as long as I can remember. Don't let this destroy you. Get revenge instead. I tell him. I look at the women, seeing how pretty they are and how innocent they look. They didn't deserve this.
Did you ever get revenge for your friend?
He asks, finally pulling his eyes away from the princesses and over to me. I pause for a second, trying to decide if I should tell him. But something in his green eyes makes me want to. I get revenge every day that Haley lives. She is destined to kill a royal witch, and there is only one queen of the witches left. The woman who killed my friend. That is Haley's destiny, and I will help her achieve it. That will be my revenge, even if it will take time. Now figure out yours, I tell him, and walk out the building to get some wood for the fire. I turn back once and see haunted dark green eyes watching me until I round the corner. Chapter 26. Evie.
That won't burn, it's too damp. The ones over here are better,
Connor tells me, stepping out of the shadows with 3 big logs in his arms. I drop the branch in my hand and follow him over to some branches that are hidden under the trees instead. He is right. They look drier than the ones I was picking up. Connor watches me silently, though he seems to be thinking about something.
I used to date Esther when we were young,
Connor suddenly tells me, putting his logs down and sitting with his back against the tree as he pulls his bottle of water out. I go to the tree opposite him, sitting down after putting my branches down next to me. I could do with a rest anyway. We have been building the pyre for the last 5 hours and I'm shattered. Star has enjoyed the rest. She has been running around after Ozzy and Nix most of the time as they built the main parts of the pyre. How long did you date for? I ask.
Not long. We were only 16, and when Erica found out, she told everyone. It wasn't worth risking us being together after that,
he tells me. Why wasn't it worth it? I ask.
The royals aren't allowed to date until they are married. I would never have been able to marry a royal because in the Protectors, I'm considered low class,
he says, laughing.
Esther and I were never that serious, just kids messing about, really.
I'm sorry she died, and you had to see her like that, I say. It's not a pleasant way to see anyone dead, rotting, and their arms all burnt like the princesses were.
I'm sorry she didn't survive this. The world needs people like her in it. She was a good woman. She had 3 farms she bought with her inheritance, and she used to rehome animals in them. The keepers didn't like her helping others, but she did anyway.
He says. She sounds like a good person, I reply.
She might have made a good queen. Emily would have too.
He says quietly, and there's a long silence between us as I stare over at him. His gold hair is messy now, no more of the nice style it had when we came here, but I think it brings out his gold eyes more. I like the relaxed look on him. I can't imagine him in the suits the Protectors usually wear. So, Protectors have low and high classes? Like humans, rich and poor? I ask, and he nods, leaning his head back.
Yes, it's like how humans used to class themselves, but worse in some ways. Blood means everything to Protectors. It determines how strong you are, and most of the time you are only as strong as your parents.
He informs me. Why did they choose you to come here then? I would have thought they would have sent their strongest, I say, and wince. No offense.
None taken. Because I am one of their strongest,
he says with a shrug of his shoulders. But he didn't say it in a cocky way, more like just stating a fact. Then I'm confused, I say, making him laugh.
I'm not 100% Protector. My father was a Reaper,
he says, shocking me. Reapers don't breed outside their race, and no one knows much about them. It's unheard of that you're half of one, I say, and he nods with a smirk. I try to think about anything I've heard about Reapers as I look at Connor, and don't come up with much. Human rumors are all that come to mind. Reapers are meant to take souls and demons to hell, but who knows if they do. Protectors take a lot of the demons to hell these days, so how useful could the Reapers be?
Yeah, I don't know much about my father or my Reaper side. I only know I have boosted strength, heightened senses, and I can see some souls on Earth if I'm really close to them. Usually I can see a person's soul if I witness their death also.
He explains.
It helped me jump up the ranks in Protector Academy and leave as one of the top students. Nyx, Trex, and the 3 princesses were the others. We all got pretty close scores.
Then maybe the rumors that Reapers take lost souls to hell is true, I say.
Yeah. I mean, I know some things my mother told me. I don't get to see her for long, and we don't talk of my father much in the little time we have once a week.
He smiles sadly.
She told me that my father takes the worst kind of demons back to hell and manages souls. That's the job of a Reaper, apparently.
What do you mean about your mother? I ask, and he looks away, tightening his jaw.
She is imprisoned for the rest of her life. She has been in there since I was born, and I was placed in an adoptive home to be watched. Once they realized I wasn't a danger, they let me see her once a week.
He tells me, still not looking my way. What was she imprisoned for? I ask.
Loving my father, and keeping me a secret until she was in labor. Mixing Protector's blood with other kinds is illegal to the Protectors. Blood, above all else, is one of our most important laws.
He explains to me.
Then the Protectors are as evil as I thought they were.
Your mother did not deserve a sentence like that simply for falling in love. I bite out, as I shake my head in disgust.
Our kind doesn't make the right decisions all the time, but they make the decisions that keep us safe.
He states firmly, and I can tell he believes wholeheartedly in the Protectors, their rules.
There isn't much point in arguing with him.
I look away, picking up some of the branches and spotting a small, red bunch of flowers.
Can I ask you something?
Connor asks, and I look away from the flowers for a second to nod at him.
Who taught you to fight?
A demon, I say, not wanting to explain anything more. I pull 2 of the red flowers out of the ground and walk over to Connor, placing them in his hand. I watched a lot of people being buried in the demon underground. Every weekend there would be burials of demons or some random person. Every time, they put a plant or flower in their hands. They said the dead should take a little bit of the earth with them in death, as their souls leave their bodies. I say, and he closes his hand over mine on the flowers.
For a woman people fear. You are the kindest woman I've met in years,
he says, staring down at me with those addictive-to-look-at, striking gold eyes. I know I can't look away, not as he draws me into him. If this was any other place, any other time, and any other person, I'd have his clothes off by now. The simple fact he is off limits to me is annoying as well. Everything is gorgeous and irresistible about him. I'm not kind, not usually anyway. I'm downright evil when I'm pissed off, I warn him, and his eyes gleam with humor.
I'll remember not to piss you off then,
he replies. Who says we will even see each other again when all this is over? I counter.
We will. Because there is no way I'm letting you walk out of my life, Blue.
He vows, letting go of my hand and keeping the flowers. I don't move as he picks up his logs before walking away, leaving me a little speechless and fearful that Ozzy might be right. These Protectors are good at breaking my defenses down, and that is dangerous for someone like me. Chapter 27. Evie.
It's time to start,
Connor says, gently touching Trex's and Nyx's shoulders as they stand in front of the wood platform. The princesses are resting on top of it side by side and holding hands. I watched as the Protectors placed them up there, and Connor slid the red flowers into their hands on their chests, which took some work with how damaged and old the bodies are. Ozzy stands close to my side, watching silently as Connor steps to my other side. I don't know these people, and it feels wrong to be at their funeral. They should have people who loved them here. At least they have Trex, Nix, and Connor. Ozzy and I as witnesses.
Emily Ravenswood and Esther Ravenswood, today we say goodbye to you and free your souls,
Trex says, his voice seeming like it's louder than it is, and it echoes around us.
As royal princesses, this is not the death you deserved, and I will forever be sorry that I couldn't save you. As my friends, people who were like sisters to me, I will never forget you. I will never forget your laughs, your kindness, and your beauty. The world never deserved either of you, but we will miss you greatly.
Trex looks at Nix, who nods once as Trex finishes his words and looks down before he starts to talk.
As children, you used to chase me around telling me my hair was so soft and that it could be plaited easily. I never did let you catch me, but I remember the night you snuck into my room and plaited it all in my sleep.
He holds up a piece of his hair he must have cut off and plaited. He places it on top of the platform, holding his hand over it as he looks up.
You finally got what you wanted. I will miss you both, and you will always be remembered. Rest in peace, Emily and Esther.
With those final words, Trex and Nix step back and Ozzy walks over to them, holding a ball of fire in his hand.
Tell me when,
he says quietly, respectfully.
May death guide you on your way. May angels save your soul, and may you be reborn true. We bless your death in the light of the protectors who fell before you,
Trex says, bowing his head. I've never heard the words before, but for some reason they feel familiar. I can feel they have some great meaning, something that I didn't quite expect to recognize or connect to, but I do. I know I have protector blood. I have their runes. But I have never thought of myself as a protector before, never had a connection to the people I share my blood with. But for a brief second as Trex speaks, I felt a connection. Nix and Connor repeat the sentence, and I find myself doing the same, quietly, but I know they can hear me. Trex lifts his hand to Ozzy, signaling him to go ahead, and he holds the ball of fire on the wood, walking around it and setting the entire pyre on fire. We stand still, watching the fire burn, none of us wanting to be the first one to move. Trex is the first one to move in the end, picking his bag up off the floor and looking over at Ozzy.
Where are we heading then?
Trex asks.
It's underground, and nowhere I should take you. Only overlords are meant to go there. But if Roth took your princess there, the rules have already been broken,
Ozzy says, picking his own bag up and walking around the fire to the building. I pull my bag up on my back, hearing Star's light snoring as I follow him. Once inside, Ozzy stops, throwing up another fireball into the air as he kneels down to the spot where the princesses were left for us. He places his hand on the ground, into their blood, and a red light flashes once. The floor begins to shake as Ozzy stands up, stepping back, and part of the floor slides away to reveal a staircase. Ozzy goes to walk down them, but I grab his arm, stopping him. What is down there? I ask.
Do you trust me?
He asks, and I pause, staring at him. Not with everything. Not yet. But are we safe? I ask quietly, and I let go of his arm.
Nothing here is safe. But I will never let anything happen to you, V.
He says tenderly. I don't reply as Ozzy walks down the steps, with Connor following first and I go next, hoping I'm not making a mistake by trusting a demon. The steps go down for what seems like forever, and I pull a dagger out as we walk down them. Ozzy keeps throwing balls of fire into the air around the staircase, lighting our way. I look at the walls on the way down, noticing drawings and what looks like runes written all over them. I feel a little shift of the staircase under my feet, and then it shakes harshly, knocking me to the floor. The shaking gets worse, and I look down at the cracks in the stone under my hands, just moments before the floor falls in. Chapter 28. Evie. I open my eyes and see nothing but dust and broken stone littered around me. I cough as I suck in some much-needed air and turn my head to the side a little. There are bits of light still left from Ozzy's fireballs flashing in the room, but I can't see anyone else from where I've fallen. I feel little cuts all over me, but nothing that needs healing right now. The room spins as I push myself up off my chest, pushing broken stone off my legs and back, and I scramble to pull my bag off my back. I open the bag up and Star jumps out, licking my neck as I check her over. "You're okay. You landed on me, lucky cat." I sigh in relief, and she purrs in response. I put her down, feeling around for a dagger on my belt, and stand up. "Ozzy? Trax? Connor? Nix?" I shout each of their names, but nothing but silence answers me. Something is either seriously wrong or they are all dead. But that doesn't make sense. Ozzy could have made a portal to escape and come back for us. I don't like this. I look back down at Star and pat my thigh. "You can follow me or stay here. You choose," I say, and she purrs, settling down next to my bag and sticking her head inside to look for food, I suspect. I turn around in a circle, looking for anything to follow when I hear a slight noise, like a whimper. I climb over what is left of the staircase, ducking under different bits to get to the other side of the room where I find a door. I haul some of the loose stone in front of it out of the way before pulling the door open and walking into the empty corridor. There are no other doors that I can see, just a long corridor with smooth stone walls, and I can't see the end of them. It's light in here from the little lights in the ceiling, which oddly look modern. I'm tempted to shout hello like the bimbos in horror movies always do, but I know that won't help. This place is worse than a horror film. It's fucking hell. "Help me," a weak-sounding female voice calls from my left. I look at the empty corridor, knowing I should leave the voice alone and walk away. But I don't. I walk left. The corridor is bare of anything as I keep walking and get to the dark end where there is a random door. It's locked when I try the handle, so I step back, lifting my leg and kicking it. It takes 3 kicks before the door falls through, smashing to the floor. I walk in, pausing at the sight of a woman tied up to a wall on the other side of the room. She looks up, her long black hair covering her face momentarily, and then her blue eyes lock on to me. She only has a simple black dress on, so I can see the runes she has, and I can also see the bruises all over her arms and face. Her legs are covered in dirt. She has blood on her face near the bruises, but she is alive. "Erica? The princess?" I ask, and she nods her head, smiling widely. I don't even know why I asked, it's clear who she is. She looks just like Emily and Esther. "You came for me? Who are you?" she asks, her voice nervous and scared. I poke my head back out the door, seeing no one in the corridor before walking back in and kneeling down next to her. "My name is Evie," I say, and her eyes widen. "The deadly assassin? They sent you after me?" she asks in surprise, and I nod as I reach for the rope that is tied to a metal loop on the wall. I cut her free and her arms drop down. I cut the rope off her wrists, acutely aware of her staring at me the whole time. "What are you staring at?" I finally ask. "You seem so human. Like you're normal. But you look so much like a protector," she says, and I give her a confused look as she rubs her wrists and tries to stand up. Being like a human isn't that bad, I say, catching her arm when she sways as she stands. I'm weak. The demon has been giving me something that makes me pass out, and I haven't eaten since I was taken, she says, and I switch my dagger to my other arm, putting an arm under hers and holding her up as we walk over to the door and into the corridor. Do you know a way out of here? I ask her, as I put my dagger away to hold on to her. Yes, down here is a room I was brought through. It has a portal that I saw. I don't know where it leads, but anywhere is better than here, right? She asks, and I nod, not knowing what to make of Trex's fiancé. She does seem sweet, he was right. Sweet is the only word I could describe her as. I hold her up as we walk down the corridor and get to the door she mentioned. I let her go, resting her on the wall. I turn the door handle slowly as I slip a dagger out of my belt. Stay out here. Let me check it out first, all right? I ask, and she nods, leaning against the wall and looking exhausted. Let's hope she survives the trip out of here. I need to take at least one princess back, save Haley, and then find the protectors and Ozzy. I can't leave them down here without trying to find them. I've become attached to the fuckers. I open the door, stepping into the impressive room. I stop a few steps in, realizing something is seriously wrong as I see Ozzy held unconscious between two men in the middle of the room. From the corner of my eye, I see the unconscious, dirt-covered protectors all tied up near one of the walls, and I'm not sure who to run for first. I gasp as pain shoots through my back, once and then twice. I turn, seeing Erica standing behind me as she pulls the dagger out of my back for the second time. My own dagger falls to the ground as my hands go to my stomach, feeling the blood dripping through my shaking fingers. Hello, little sister. Thanks for walking straight into my trap. She laughs, and I fall to the ground. Chapter 29. Evie. I hold in any sounds of pain as I clamp my hands over my stomach and lie on the floor, watching my apparent sister step over me and walk to where Ozzy is being held. The two men holding him are strangers to me, but they look familiar. They look like Ozzy, and I would bet on them being his brothers. One has black hair that reaches his feet, covering most of his face, and a skinny body in an expensive suit. The other is massive, with a bald head and a face covered in tattoos. He also wears an expensive suit, his eyes never leaving Erica. It's clear he desires her. You have done your part, and you have your prize. Leave. She waves a hand at them. They both bow, turning with a still unconscious Ozzy in their arms, and walk to the back of the room. A flash of light fills the room suddenly, and then they are gone. There must be a portal there. I only need to get to it. There is a silence in the room as Erica just stares at me, and me at her. She is my sister, and that means Emily and Esther were too. I've always looked for my family, and the first one I find alive stabs me in the back. Literally. I would laugh, but any movement makes the room spin and pain roll through every part of my body like a wave. Erica pushes her waist-length black hair over her shoulder, picking up a black cloak off the ground and clipping it on. The same cloaks Esther and Emily were buried in. They have the 4 runes embroidered down the sides, 2 on each side. I try to focus on anything else, anything but the pain and the knowledge that I'm going to die. There is no point calling my healing rune. I could never heal this myself. I glance at the dagger near me, wondering if I could just grab it and throw it at Erica, make her go into death with me. Don't even think about it, Erica says, walking over and picking up the dagger. She leans over me, pulling out my purple sword and checking me for any other weapons. I want to fight her off, but when I try to lift my hand, it only shakily moves. Erica? Trex's confused voice carries over to us. I turn my head slightly, the movement shooting pain through me, but I can see Trex as he stares at me. Erica spins my sword in the air and then throws it across the room. That's a piece of crap. Like you, I cough out, but she ignores me to turn to Trex. Bitch. Trex, honey, I'm so glad you're awake, she says sweetly, and I mentally roll my eyes. Erica is anything but sweet. She is clearly a good fucking liar. Trex looks at her for a second, then his eyes go over to me and widen. What the fuck did you do to Evie? She came with us to save you, Trex shouts, and he stands up only to find himself unable to move due to the rope tying all of them to the wall behind them. Why the fuck am I tied up? I will untie you once my sister Evie is dead, Erica replies simply, and I hear Trex gasp. Your what? He asks, shaking his head and staring at me. His eyes run over my wounds and back to my eyes. Well, seeing as we have a bit of time until she dies, I might as well go over a little royal history lesson, Erica says, spinning the dagger she stabbed me with in her hand. She leans down, tilting her head to the side as she looks at me. I hear Connor waking up, coughing and talking to Trex. His words seem to fade out, and I can only focus on Erica. The crazy bitch. Our mother was a little bit of a slut, once upon a time, after she had me and my sisters, that is. We were perfect, but never enough. And neither was my father, apparently. She says, tutting. She had an affair, and pop, you were born. We are only a year apart, you know. She didn't wait long to cheat and have a creature like you. I try to listen to her story, only hearing that my mother was the queen of the protectors, and she had 3 other children. I had a family, and apparently my father wasn't the king. So, who was he? And what went wrong so I ended up on the streets? Lies, Connor shouts, and Erica laughs, standing up and kicking me in the stomach. The pain almost threatens to make me black out as I roll across the floor and land on my back with a groan. I hear Connor shouting in the distance as Erica walks over and stands above me, looking down in disgust. My father left me notes. A note with your name and where to find you before he died years later. He wanted me to help you, bring you into the family because you are a part of my mother. All I saw was a repulsive secret, and one that needed to be destroyed. She spits out, glaring at me. You had me hunted all this time because you were jealous? Are you really that fucking crazy? I ask, coughing and feeling warm blood drip down my cheek. She narrows her eyes at me before kicking me once more in the stomach, and I roll across the floor again, facing the protectors this time and also getting closer to them. Evie, get up and fight! I hear and see Nix shout at me. I want to agree, to do as he asks, but I can't. Erica leans down right in front of me and places her cold hand on my cheek. Dear sister, I've wanted you dead since I was a child. I was 10 when I sent the first protector after you, and they failed. Every single one failed to kill you, and I knew I had to do something before the trials for the new queen started. I couldn't risk fighting you in them, and it was about time you died. She says almost soothingly, like she wants me to agree with her crazy plan. You killed your sisters, didn't you? I managed to wheeze out. Our sisters, don't forget. And yes, I did. They were smart, fast, and good fighters. I couldn't risk not winning the throne. I need it for the future, and what needs to happen, she says, still stroking my cheek. I have a feeling she killed our sisters before they were even kidnapped by her demon friends. You fucking bitch, Erica! The Keepers will never give you the throne when they find out what you did, Trex growls out, and I hear him struggling against his bindings, trying to escape and help me. That's what makes this all perfect. They will never know. Everyone that knows is here and will soon be dead or exiled from the protectors for failing to save their princesses. Erica laughs. She has planned this all, and we have walked straight into her trap. My sister is smart, but it's a shame she is fucking crazy, too.
We know, and we won't stay quiet. You kill her, Erica, and I swear I will hunt you down and finish you myself.
Trex threatens, and I'm surprised to find I believe him. I didn't think the asshole liked me. No one would believe you, and you have no proof. Our engagement is over. Not that it was anything other than words anyway. Erica smiles sweetly at an angry-looking Trex, who keeps his eyes on me. Erica looks back down at me as everything goes black in the corners, and the pain starts to disappear into a feeling of emptiness. Goodbye, sister. Shame you're not the deadly assassin I always feared you would be. You were too easy to kill. She whispers to me with a maniacal grin, and she leans down, stabbing the dagger straight into my heart.
May death guide you on your way. May angels save your soul, and may you be reborn true. We bless your death in the light of the protectors who fell before you.
I hear all three of my protectors say with sorrow lacing their words, and then everything fades into darkness. Chapter 30. Evie. Evelina, you are so beautiful, I hear a woman say. Her voice is kind, gentle, and reminds me of a distant memory. A memory of a woman speaking to me, singing me a song. I blink my eyes open, seeing a woman floating in front of me. She almost looks like she is in a cloud, her white dress flowing and the clouds surrounding her. She has long black hair, a crown, and 4 runes marked on her forehead, with swirls dripping down the sides of her eyes. She is stunning, and as her blue eyes meet mine, I just want to know who she is. Who are you? I ask.
Evelina, I made a mistake, and as a result you were left alone. I regret every moment of my mistake, and now you must pay for it. I can only see you now because a death closes in on you.
She replies, ignoring my question, and it's all I can think about instead of her words. Who are you? I repeat.
Erica is lost in pain, and you must end her. Send her to me,
she says. Who are you? I ask again, demanding this time.
I love you. I loved you from the moment I held you and you opened your eyes, breaking my heart because you reminded me of your father. You were the last thing I thought of as I died. I will always love you, Evelina.
Who are you? I ask once more, but this time my voice cracks and hot tears fall down my cheeks.
You already know. But you have to leave, she says sadly, moving closer to me and placing her hand on my chest over my heart. I'm with you. Always.
Mother? I ask, and she nods, only seconds before she fades away and I fall through the clouds. I lie very still as I look up at the light around me. It is the brightest light that I've ever seen. The light is everywhere. It's soothing and perfect as it warms my skin. Most of me doesn't want to move. Most of me feels nothing but the light for a long time. But then a brief glimpse of a memory comes to me. A man with red eyes, another man with a cheeky smile, and 2 brothers with a dark appeal to them. I remember them, and it feels like they are calling to me somehow. I feel like they need me. I sit up suddenly as everything else flashes through my mind until I remember the last thing that happened. I should be dead. I feel around my chest, noting that I'm completely naked, and find a scar where the dagger went into my heart and my stomach. The scar is white, and there is no blood anywhere on me. My blue hair falls over my shoulders, hiding my chest as I look up at the white skies. They are beautiful.
Scars are good. They prove you lived.
A light male voice says, and I look over, staring in awe as an angel walks over to me. He has big white wings, white hair, and bright white eyes. He kneels down close to me, watching me carefully as I gape at his wings as they spread out. His clothes look old, like white rags. "Are you an angel?" I ask, and he nods. "Am I dead? Am I in heaven?" I ask another question, and this time he frowns, shaking his head.
Angels do not die in hell. We never have. We become the light.
He says, like that should explain everything, but it doesn't explain a damn thing. I died in hell. This doesn't make any sense. I shake my head and he sighs.
You have no idea what you are, do you, Evie?
He asks, and I shake my head again.
Look behind you, and that is the start of your answers.
He says. I turn my head to the side and see long black wings spreading out from my back, hovering in the air. Wings? I have goddamn wings? What the hell?
Epilogue. Trex.
You crazy kid! Don't try to bite me! I was only getting the water bottle out of the holder,
Connor shouts with a pained grunt, and I stop the car in the middle of the highway, resting my head against the wheel. My mind flashes back to seeing Evie lying on the ground, blood pouring out of her stomach onto the floor, and my crazy ex-fiancé holding the knife. Evie was a royal, and I never knew. Evie is who we should have been protecting, and we failed her. I won't fail her witch, though. I look over at Nix, who holds a bottle of whiskey and just stares out of the window, not saying a word. He hasn't said a word since Evie died, and, oddly enough, her body faded away. It must have been something about dying down there, because Erica didn't seem shocked or even to have cared at all. We watched Erica walk through the portal before getting ourselves undone and escaping.
"You kidnapped me! I was waiting for Evie to come back, and I need to be there or she won't know where to find me. She would never send protectors after me,"
the kid shouts, and I lift my head to see Connor trying to fight her off as she throws her shoe at him. You can tell Evie brought her up, that's for sure. "Kid, listen to me," I say carefully, watching as Star jumps onto Haley's lap and Connor leans as far away from her as possible. Haley's pale eyes look at me, and all I can see is a scared kid. A scared kid that is acting out. Evie is gone. I told you this, and I wasn't lying. Now we need to get to a safe house and keep you alive, because it's what she would have wanted. I owe Evie. We all do.
"Evie isn't dead. I know she isn't,"
Haley cries, looking away and out the window, tears streaming down her face that she harshly wipes away. I wish she wasn't dead either, kid. But we don't all get miracles, I say, and start the engine.
This recording of Runes of Truth was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2018 G. Bailey. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.